And good evening, everybody, and we welcome you to DRTV for tonight's live coverage of the NRT 500. This is the NRT 500 pre-race show. My name is Phil LaCasse, along for the ride this evening. Joining me up in the booth tonight will be Mr. TV himself, Rich Patton, and also Too Tall Todd Stanton will be along with us here shortly. And Rich, it's been a great week here so far. We've had 6 qualifying races to make up this field. 2 last chance qualifiers that were seen here 2 nights ago on DRTV, and tonight the big one, a 36-car field, 188 laps at the Talladega Superspeedway, the Super Bowl of the NASCAR 2003 racing community. A big event on hand, a star-studded field, and Rich, a great field, great show, a great event, and I know you're thrilled to be a part of it, just as I am.
Oh, most definitely, Phil. This is going to be an exciting night. Big, long race, 188 laps around this track. We'll get into all that stuff later as we get closer to the main event. Basically, pre-race show, we're going to try to have a little bit of fun with these guys out here. We're going to check in with them while they're out there on the practice, possibly go through some stats or something from the qualifying races, possibly even go up and grab some of our fans watching on our TeamSpeak channel up above us here, and pull them in for an interview or something. So we're going to try to interact with everybody as much as we can during this time while they get their practice in and their driving meeting and everything undergoing. And then we will go live for the NRT 500 right around 8 o'clock, 8:05, something like that. So should be a good show.
Absolutely right. Should be a great show. Said it's a big event here. Rolling Thunder Gaming does a great job with this, and that it's been a long week here. 6 qualifying races, over 170 entries to get into tonight's star-studded field, which makes up the NRT 500. 36 cars on hand. It's going to be a wild ride, and if any indication from what we've seen here earlier this weekend, qualifying in those last chance qualifying races, Todd, I think we're going to be in for quite a show.
Yeah, there was quite the show when them last chance qualifiers 1 and 2. There was a lot of jucking and jiving, and we had some pretty interesting interviews in those. When the top 3 won there, Phil, we had some interesting interviews of some plans that they were going to do in the NRT 500. Some of them may work out, some of them may not.
No, absolutely right. I mean, it'll be interesting to see as we get here further into the night what some of these strategies will be for guys at the front and the back of the field, and a great show on hand. 36 drivers make up tonight's field. We'll try to get over a lot of them, as a lot of pre-race festivities going on, some still practice going on here. Guys getting their stuff worked out, getting everything up to song and everything the way they're handling the way they want it to. So a lot of preparation going into one of these events, and we're thrilled right here to have it right here on DRTV.
Yeah, definitely in for a good show. A lot of work went into all this. We're going to go ahead and try to switch over and cover most of our sponsors while we have the time for tonight. First, we're going to talk about is Sim Racing Design, also known as SRD in the 2003 community. They're basically responsible for creating the mod that we're running here tonight and what we've been running all week. So real proud to have them on board as a sponsor. Of course, everybody knows we're with NRT Game Servers, NRT Race Servers. You can find them at nrtservers.com. Dave has a good thing going over there, takes care of a lot of us. They also don't only run racing servers, but they have other game servers as well. So if you're looking for your game server, that's a good place to go check out. Of course, also we got an account for ourselves, DRTV. You can find us at drlracing.com/DRTV. I just got all of our website stuff and everything updated, so it's a little more user-friendly for our race fans. So they're more than welcome to come over there. If you're looking for an event to go live over YouTube or what have you, good idea to go check us out over there. Next sponsor on the list is going to be RTG, Rolling Thunder Gaming. You can find them at rollingthundergaming.com. RTG as a whole pretty much carries this whole outfit, but Terry Bauman is the designer, the constructor, the creator of this event. RTG is proudly running this event to honor what NRT Race Servers does for us. So big hats off to Terry Bauman, and of course all the guys that help him out when they can, you know, the rest of the RTG crew. But definitely hats off to Terry Bauman for constructing this thing. Started out something small and it's grown into this. It's a major event now. So hats off to them guys. One more major sponsor we got for tonight's event is going to be Too Slow Graphics. Also, they're homed out of Rolling Thunder Gaming. You need some graphic paints or get your cars painted or whatever for the different mods without this game, that's a good place to stop in and get your paints on. So we'll hand it back over to Phil, and that's pretty much most of our sponsors tonight. I don't know how much information you got on any of them guys, but it's probably a good idea to talk to them, and we'll go on to the next thing.
All right, thank you very much, Rich. Just looking at some practice speeds going up here on the board. Looking at the top speed so far in practice, I'm not sure how much time left. It's scoring 15 minutes. I know these guys are going to be off to a driver's meeting here shortly. We find the 13 car, Matt Watkins. He was your race winner of qualifying race number 1 that took place here on Sunday night, so 6 nights ago now. He's clocked in top of the board here in practice, scoring it at a 47.949, followed by the 55 of Scott Schroyer. We saw him qualify through from last chance qualifier number 2 nights ago. He's clocked up on the board at a 48.014. And running at the top 3, we find Rick Boone, the 007, or double not 7, as you guys have coined here on DRTV so greatly. He's clocked in third quick so far in practice at a 48.017. So really close speed is completely norm here when it comes down to these big super speedways and they get in these packs in the draft. So lap times really don't vary too much, but it gives you just a glimpse what we're looking at for speeds at the top of the board. As I see many cars coming down toward the pit lane, rolling off the speedway. I believe they may be being called in for a driver's meeting here shortly. And Rich, I'm not sure if you're able to put up on the screen one of our new features here on DRTV. Something that we came up with a few nights ago during last chance qualifying race number 1. Our friends in the chat box, Nick Shabuti and David Day and a gaggle of others that were in there were watching last chance qualifier number 1, and the majority of that race happened under the green flag conditions. I think it was a 69-lap run before the event's first yellow, very late in the event. And under that first round of pit stops, there was a multi-car incident that took out at least a dozen cars all crashing their way onto the pit lane. And guys gave us the great idea of something, of a way of a view that we could give a little insight as to what happened on pit road. And it's been coined by these guys, and newly to us, the NRT Punt Cam, exclusive to the NRT 500, one of these great new features we're going to have here on DRTV. And what it's going to allow us to do is give the viewers a look as these cars come off the banking from 190 miles per hour down to the speed limit, which I believe is 55 miles per hour. Give you a little insight, these guys coming off the banking, if there's any kind of contact, any kind of recognition, guys. I mean, we'll give you a bird's eye view of this. This can be a great perspective, and I'll be able to see what happened. So I can see it's on your screen right now. You see just a shot at the end of pit road. You're able to see guys coming on and off the banking. I don't believe anybody is currently on the racetrack. I'm clicking around. I don't see any cars out there, so these guys must have been called into their driver's meeting. So we're probably about 10 minutes or so away from qualifying here. So we'll keep going here on the DRTV NRT 500 pre-race show. And Rich, a great feature there in the NRT Punt Cam. I hope to see some action on it tonight. We had it at Q for last chance qualifying race number 2 on Thursday night. Unfortunately, the majority of that event was run under the yellow flag. No green flag pit stops. So there was no fun for us to come out with the Punt Cam and show it exclusive there. So, but hopefully tonight, long race, 188 laps. The fuel window is going to be stretched out to about 35 to 36 laps, I'm being told. And you never know, Rich, we may see some fun with the Punt Cam.
Yeah, I definitely think we will. The Punt Cam is going to be used tonight. They're, like you say, they're going to be pitting somewhere between 36. The numbers I got were 36 to 39, somewhere in that ballpark. I guess 39 maybe if somebody's stretching it. But we're doing 188 laps here around this 2.66 mile track, so you know there's going to be quite a few stops. And hopefully, you know, this is the way that this is designed is this race should have the cream of the crop. I mean, we only took the top 10 out of the first 6 qualifiers, and then only 3 from the last 2 chance qualifiers. So these are the guys that won it. These are the guys that kept their cars clean, was able to get up front when they needed to be, was able to get their pit strategies under control and so forth. So hopefully we have the cream of the crop here tonight and we see a lot of green flag racing. And if that's the case, the Punt Cam is definitely going to have a play.
No, absolutely right. I think we're going to see some love on the Punt Cam here this evening. So just a couple of minutes here before qualifying. Drivers are in their driver's meeting. So we'll keep rolling forward here. We a look back on the event. We've had qualifying here all week long. Take a look at some of the race winners of these qualifyings. Qualifying race number 1 was held on Sunday night, and the winner of race 1 was Matt Watkins driving that 13 car. Race number 2 was won by Derek Justice. Race number 3 was won by good friend Sean Prime, who drives a 15 car. Chris Robbins picked up the victory in qualifying race number 4 that was held on Monday evening, and Tuesday evening also shows us qualifying race number 5 and 6 were both run on Tuesday evening. Race number 5 was won by the 4 car, JT Irizarry, and qualifying race number 6 was won by Paul Wolf. So those are your 6 race winners of qualifying. And then, of course, right here on DRTV, last chance qualifying race number 1 was won by Michael Berg. A great race there. Majority of that 76-lap race was under the green flag. And as we saw Thursday night here on DRTV, qualifying race number 2, last chance, it was Gary Piccolo in the 22 car picked up the race win. So that's pretty much what set the stage here. It took 6 qualifying races, 2 last chance qualifying races, over 170 entries, and that's what makes up the 36 car field for tonight's running of DRTV's exclusive coverage of the NRT 500. While we get a little break in the action here, waiting to pick it up, I'd like to invite you all over to head over to our home site, www.drlracing.com. Check out all the features we have going on, archive videos of our broadcasts, upcoming events. We have a lot on the docket coming up here in the next few weeks. Also, click around, purchase DVD copies of our event, and also check out the DRTV store where you can find customizable merchandise. We have merchandise available right now for the NRT 500 exclusive merchandise. You can pick up a t-shirt, a hat, or a plethora of things in there going on, and also DRTV merchandise available in there as well. I know, Todd, you've put a lot of work into this, and how much? Tell us something about the store. Kind of exclusive stuff you can find in there.
Oh, you can find a ton of different things in the store. You can find, beer mugs. You can find beer glasses or just regular glasses. You can find shot glasses. You can find hats, T-shirts, hoodies. Also coming soon, I'm going to have some renders done up, and all of the renders for the NRT 500 week here. You're going to see qualifier 1 through 6. The winners going to have some T-shirts made up, and also some LCQ winners are going to have some T-shirts made up and glasses and all kinds of different stuff for the NRT 500. So you can purchase some of that stuff also.
A lot of great things available in our DRTV store. So head on over to our website, www.drlracing.com. Check out all we have going on, and a lot of great things coming up. A lot of races on the docket here. I mean, we'll be very, very busy over the next couple of weeks, so keep an eye to that. Find our page if you're on Facebook DRTV or DRL Racing. We post all up-to-the-minute information there, so feel free to go over there and drop us a line, and anybody out there, YouTube land tonight, you're watching live on DRTV, feel free, interact with us in the chat box. Rich will be down there all night long monitoring what's going on, what the trends of the topics of conversation are, and keep us going in here. Give us stuff to talk about, because we have a long event tonight, 188 laps, 500 miles around the Talladega Superspeedway. So we're going to be in for a long night. It's going to be quite the treat, and I know I can't wait to get it underway, and should be a great race we have on hand.
Yeah, I definitely can't wait either. It's going to be a good race here. 188 laps at the Talladega Superspeedway for the NRT 500 is what it's going to be, the distance-wise. I haven't broadcasted a long race like this in such a long time, Phil. It's going to take some special skills that I'm going to have to dig out of the closet, but it's going to be a great night here. I have a feeling it's already starting off to be a good night, and hopefully we can see some nice side-by-side racing, 3-wide racing, 4-wide racing,
I absolutely couldn't agree more. Looking through the driver roster here, we got drivers represented tonight in the 36 car field from 4 different countries, of course, right here in the US of A, where most of these drivers are from. I see a couple of drivers come to us from Colombia, the country of Colombia. Also, I see we have friends from up north in Canada representing the field as well, and even one from our first European to here to be broadcast over on DRTV. A gentleman by the name of Cosman drives a car number 54. He comes to us from Romania, and we're going to try to get over to him here a little later on. We're not going to bug them right now, as they are in their driver's meeting, getting their last instructions from tonight's race admins. And what should be an incredible event here. I know I've seen a few of these. I never got the chance to race in one, have not tried to qualify for this event, but I know people who have and have heard great stories about the racing and the white knuckle kind of environment. And it absolutely, Todd, should be a great show.
Yeah, for those of you who think this is a game that kids play, they're completely wrong. Ages from 18 to 74 made the field here this evening. There's quite a few different age groups in this field. I'm not going to go over their ages because they're kind of... A lot of guys don't like to review their ages, but like I said, 18 to 74 is their age group range here in the NRT 500 this evening. And I'll tell you what, it's not just for the kids. A lot of adults play this game.
Oh, absolutely. A lot of adults play this game. And looking down through this, we have this great driver roster on hand, and we'll get to them here as we're about to get to qualifying and get to the race show. Headline event here tonight, the NRT 500, the Super Bowl of all sim racing that we do here in the NR NASCAR 2003 community. This should be a great night. Rich, I'm going to throw it to you.
Yeah, most definitely. DRTV was able to put together a nice little presentation video for this event tonight, just kind of showing you what all happened, how drivers get here, just a little peek, and of course the winners' cars of the event. So we'll go ahead and switch over to that. As soon as we get back from that, we're probably going to hit our NRTV commercial, and that should put us right into the live broadcast. So right after the NRTV commercial, we're probably going to go right into our live main event entry or intro. And then we're about to get this party started, guys.
NRT Game Servers is your best option for your gaming development need. State-of-the-art technology combined with some of the best voice talent and software out there, NRT gives a quality gaming experience. Dedicated to their craft, NRT provides quality product and services. Contact NRT Game Servers today at 828-212-4040 or at www.nrtservers.com today for a quality gaming experience.
I got a fist full of whiskey.
As the anticipation has been building all week long, 6 qualifiers and 2 last chance qualifiers are in the books. 36 cars and stars will make up the field as we burn it to the ground at the Talladega Super Speedway for the NRT 500.
And good evening, everybody. We welcome you to DRTV's live coverage of the NRT 500 right here tonight, live on DRTV. My name is Phil Lacasse. Along for the ride, I have Mr. TV, Rich Patton, Too Tall Todd Stanton. It's going to be a great night of racing. 188 laps around the Talladega Super Speedway will make up the NRT 500. 6 nights, 6 qualifying races later, 2 last chance qualifiers, 36 car starting field made. And Todd, it's going to be an absolute fantastic night of racing. And I know we've been jacking for this all day long, and I know we can't wait to get it going.
I definitely can't wait to get this going here tonight, Phil. The NRT 500. Anticipation, like I said in the intro, has been building all week long. And 170 plus entries, Phil. Can you imagine 170 cars trying to qualify for one race in 36 spots? You know, a lot of good drivers went home.
No, absolutely, a lot of great guys went home. A lot of great drivers also in the field, but you said a lot of drama goes into 6 qualifying races. You had to qualify in the top 5 to lock your way into the field through 6 qualifiers. 2 last chance qualifiers. We started 36 cars in each event. The top 3 came out of them fields, and man, the pressure you have to feel there in those last couple laps, you're among them top 5. I don't know if you can duplicate that feeling, that intensity, that pressure, but the guys that have got into the show tonight, we congratulate them. It's a job well done, and now it's time. There's business ahead as these guys are about to click into qualifying, so about 2 or 3 minutes we'll be able to see some times here start up on the sheet. So,
Driver,
Rich, I'm going to throw it to you. I know it's an honor for you as the proprietor here, DRTV, at Race Control, to have a great event like this brought to us, and I know you've been pumped up to do this as well. So, man, you must be ecstatic we're finally here.
Yeah, no kidding. And you know, today when I first got up and started preparing for this event, I was shocked how fast the day went by. I've been waiting for this day. I know our whole DRTV crew's been waiting. I know the whole gang over at RTG has been waiting. And up until last night, it seemed like it was so far away. But here we are. Today has flown by. We are now live at Talladega, and we have our lineup with the top of the top, the best of the best, and we're about to see a long race here tonight, 188 laps like I mentioned before. I hope it stays clean. I hope it goes green for a long time, but I think we're in for one heck of a race. These guys are very competitive. They're all going to want to get up front, and it's going to be one heck of a show tonight, I think.
Absolutely right, Rich. It's going to be a fantastic night of racing. And, I mean, I know I can't wait to get it ready. You know, we're in the midst of qualifying. Cars have found their way to the speedway. As times start trickling in here, we'll try to give you an insight what these times look like on the scoreboard and see if we can't get a word up posted here in a little bit. But, Todd, it's going to be an awesome night. I know you're pumped. I know I'm pumped. And, Rich, I know you got a lot of people down there you'd like to thank to help us get here.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Before we get into the thanking and all that, I just want to go through and let the fans know what's all at store here tonight. So going through this entire week full of events, all these 170-plus drivers registered and so forth, there's a lot of different leagues, a lot of different programs and people involved that donate prizes to this. So I want to go ahead and shout out the prizes and give a shout-out to the groups that are giving them. And let the fans know that these guys are racing for more than just pride. There's prizes involved. They have the chance of getting some things that you know not everybody has, or something that maybe somebody's wanted. So we'll go through that real quick. First thing we're going to talk about is NRT race servers. They're going to be donating 2 free NRT game servers for 3 months. That's basically 6 months of free game service. That's pretty impressive from NRT. I also want to shout out to Too Slow Graphics. They're going to donate a $25 prize via PayPal. DRTV is also donating a 50% broadcast length race. Not sure how they're dictating who's getting what prizes. I'm just letting you guys know where the prizes are going. But we're definitely going to dish out a 50% free race to whatever league where they give that prize out to. We're also donating 9 DVDs total. So Last Chance Qualifier 1, the top 3, I believe, are getting the 3 DVDs. Last Chance Qualifier number 2, the top 3 are going to get 3 DVDs. And I'm not sure how they're going to separate the DVDs out tonight, but we've got 3 more DVDs to give out of this event tonight as well. Going further down the list, we also got Tim Nofsker from MSR. He's donating 2 Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare games. So for you first-person shooters out there, that's a pretty important prize. You probably got some drivers that are looking to get that one. We also got Jason Justice from Blazing Pedals. He's donating a 5x7-inch plaque to the winner of the NRT 500. So that's going to be pretty impressive. Also, we've got Wayne Osborne. Wayne Osborne's donating his $15 RTR Dash for Cash winnings. So basically what that is leagues do different Dash for Cash type races, and Wayne is going to donate his winnings to one of the prize winners here tonight. We also want to give a shout out to Brian Bell from Extreme Force Motorsports. He's donating a NASCAR diecast to the Hard Charger. So that's pretty interesting. A hard charger usually is whoever gets moved up through the field the most. You know, for instance, you start way back in the pack and you end up towards the front and you move more positions than everybody else, then you could be that guy. MSR in general is also donating 2 Best Buy gift cards if they're possible. If it's outside the United States, it looks like they're going to do a $25 prize via PayPal. We'll see how that works out depending on who gets those prizes. And then the last thing I got on my list is Matt Whale from RTG is donating 3 metal wall hanging signs. So guys, that's a lot of prizes involved here. Not only are they going for the prestigious, title to say they're an NRT 500 champion, but there's other, things out here that these guys are also trying for. So I think there's going to be a lot of competition going on, and it's almost like there's going to be a lot of winners here tonight, even if they don't win the race itself.
Absolutely right. A lot of great prizes out there. We want to thank each and everybody for putting out what's going to be a tremendous affair here and giving these guys some incentive to go out there and do a good job, put on a good show. And I know we're thrilled to do it here on DRTV. So, Todd, looks like qualifying laps are in the books. And recap your top 5 qualifying speeds. The 17 car of Jeff Zupka is taking down the pole tonight at a 52.259. Impressive lap there. That'll put him on the lead for the NRT 500 outside pole. We find the 16 of Jason Justice at a 52.281. Third, clocking in the 196 of Stevie Minson. He'll come in at a 52.284. Duplicate lap for outside run number 2, the 92. Marcosio Bedoya, we've seen him a couple nights ago, had a great run. Was an alternate, got himself in the field here tonight, so I guess a couple of guys who had locked themselves in. I do see some alternates here that have snuck into the show. And running up the top 5, the 103, Carson Krenz, a very familiar name on DRTV. He's clocked in 5th quick, 52.292. So very fast speeds at the top. It's an impressive lap. The 17 car tall is I think he won that pole by almost 2,000 of a second. That's a great lap. So we're through qualifying here for the NRT 500. 188 laps will make up tonight's race distance here on DRTV. Todd, great field on hand. Then the impressive roster we'll get to here shortly. We'll go through our starting lineup here in just a minute. I can't wait. I mean, the anticipation is built so high. I know Rich has been ready all day working on gadgets and features, and we'll can't wait to get this thing going.
Yeah, definitely can't wait to get this thing going, as I believe we're going to get some in-race communications with the number 17 of Jeff Zupka, our current pole sitter, and are going to be our pole sitter for the NRT 500. I believe Phil's going to have him up here momentarily, and he is. Phil?
Jeff, it's Phil, Todd, and Rich in the booth. You have a copy? Jeff Zupka, Phil, Rich, and Todd in the booth. Do you have a copy, bud? All right, trouble getting Jeff Zupka, our pole sitter, on the radio. We'll see if we can't get him here a little later on in the show. A great lap. See if we can't get a word. Well, of course, the NRT 500 race has been run here a couple of years through Rolling Thunder Gaming. Great help from Dave and all he does at NRT. So last year's winner was the number 39 car in the field tonight, qualified through qualifying race the other night. And that'd be the 39 car of Josh Metallic. Let's see if he can't get away with last year's winner. Josh, it's Phil, Rich, and Todd in the booth. You have a copy?
I do. How's it going?
It's going well, my friend. Once again, congratulations on taking on the win last year. But tonight, a star-studded field on hand. It looks like you've rolled yourself into qualifying position number 13. Tell us about your lap.
It was an average lap. I think I'm starting mid-pack, but one good thing about this track is you can start pretty much anywhere and get to the front in short time. So hoping to have similar luck to last year. Just happy to be in the race overall. That was tough enough itself. A lot of good guys, a lot of fast laps in qualifying, but qualifying doesn't mean a whole lot once the green drops.
No, absolutely right. So I see you clocked in, rolling off in the 16th starting position for tonight's NRT 500. Now, what will be your strategy going into the event? I mean, you got to get to the first pit stop, obviously. You got to keep it clean. I mean, from there, what's your strategy?
Yeah, it's the same as it's been the last couple of years. Try to find a spot where you feel safe. Yeah, I've heard some people talking that some guys are looking to just fall in line, other guys are looking to get their cars to the front. I think you'll see some reasonably aggressive driving without people going overboard. This group's good enough to do aggressive and clean at the same time, so I'm starting right in the middle of it all, so I'll have a front row seat to whatever type of race this turns out to be at the beginning.
Oh, absolutely right. We got you up here in the booth. You got a couple of minutes here left in happy hour. Is there anybody you'd like to thank that got you here along the way?
Yeah, thanks to Terry, David, and Sean. People don't know how much work goes on behind the scenes. There's a lot of guys that helped along with them, a lot of the admins. But I know some of those guys are up till 2 or 3 in the morning, and until you've seen how much time and work it takes, you just don't know. So thanks to those guys, and obviously all the different leagues and drivers that are here. Anyone that's watching home, hope we look all right and do well. But thanks to you guys too for broadcasting. Did an incredible job in the LCQs, and just hope after 500 miles I've still got a chance.
All right. Well, Josh, we'll wish you luck the rest of the night. We'll let you get back on your way. That's Louisville, Kentucky's Josh Metallic, defending champion of the NRT 500 here for Rolling Thunder Gaming. And I believe we have a special guest to join us in the booth. That should be Sean Prime, the 015. Sean, how are you, my friend?
It's race day, Phil. How else can we be doing? It's been a great week, and we are looking forward to a great NRT 500.
No, absolutely right. Looking up and down the roster list here, the 36 drivers we have on hand to start tonight's race. Now, you were a qualifying race winner here a few nights ago, but I don't see your name up in the time trial sheet. Tell us what's going on.
You're right, sir. And that's the joy of what NRT is about. It's not about any one driver. Certainly it's not about me. And Lord knows I've had my 15 minutes of fame and my successes. As one of the owners here at RTG, Terry Bauman, the guy works his tail off day and night to make this work for everybody. David Cannon, and Josh Metallic, Tim Nofziger, and everybody that pitches in for this. But my responsibility this week, and it has been all week, is to make sure and help that everybody has what they need to race. And it was a very tough decision, I got to tell you. I would die to be out there, but that's what NRT is about. And it made me very happy to inform Mr. Les Case of Wildcats Racing, who supported this event every year, and he was the first alternate and missed getting in his LCQ by a bumper, that he indeed will race. So out of everything, there's happiness, and that's what NRT is all about, guys.
I think, Sean, as a whole, I believe that's what the entire NRT community is all about. Many, many leagues running the NRT banner. You guys here at Rolling Thunder Gaming do an absolute fantastic job with this event. It is absolutely one of the greatest events. We call it the Super Bowl of anything we do in our NASCAR 2003 community. It's the event everybody talks about year-round, and I know you guys are absolutely thrilled to be a part of it as well.
Oh, for sure, and I'll have the front row seat sitting in the big chair along with Terry admitting this race, and we are looking forward to, as I'm sure you guys are looking forward to, a great one, and DRTV's coverage has been stupendous.
Rich, you out the board.
Oh yeah, definitely. I've been scouting around out here. We talked about the party rooms, the last couple nights we've been broadcasting, and I went up there and looked in the broadcasting room, and we've got a lot of the drivers that were involved in the qualifying races, and one that came to my mind real quick was Steve Powers. We watched him race one of the last couple of races, and I thought he was going to do real good. Steve, you up here with us. Tell us what you think's going to happen tonight, buddy. How's it going in that party room, and are you excited, or are they excited in the party room? What's going on down there?
Well, I got to tell you, a lot of us, even in the party room, have sweaty palms right now because we're so excited to watch this. Because I didn't get to really see much of my qualifying race because I was in the thick of it. But qualifier 2, that was quite a show they put on, and you guys did a great job covering it, and it was really, really fun to watch. So I think it's going to be that times 10 tonight.
Yeah, I hear that. They had a little more cautions than we were ready for, but I think we're prepared for that tonight. You and the guys down there, I know David Day was involved, and I think Nick Chabaudy also was involved in talking about this punt cam and all that. Were you involved in any of that planning?
Actually, I think you're thinking of a different Steve. I didn't really have any planning into that. I'm just a guy that loves to go out and put on a good show on the track. I'm more about the on-track show than the cameras.
All right, 10-4, buddy. Well, I'm going to let you get back into that party room so you can enjoy watching the rest of this broadcast, and we appreciate you coming up here, buddy.
Thank you, and I definitely got to give a shout-out to everybody in the party room. There's going to be a lot of us in there, and we're going to be going nuts.
Oh, we believe that.
All right, so thank you, Steve, for a word there. It's going to be an absolute great night here for the NRT 500. And while we got a minute here, I want to pull one of the feel-good stories in that we have this NRT 500 event. A lot of guys here cheering on a guy named Cy Jones. Guys that he's been around the sim race community a long time. Definitely not one of the front runners of the field, but everybody was so excited to see him get in this field to walk his way in through qualifying. So about Cy Jones, it's our Rich, Phil, and Tall in the booth. You have a copy. One more time, Cy Jones. It's Phil, Rich, and Todd in the booth. Do you have a copy, my friend? All right, well, we'll try to get over at Cy Jones here just a little later on. Now, one of the feel-good stories here, everybody here at RTG, thrilled to see the 777 make the show, and you got to love these feel-good stories. You know, Sean got to allude to one here just a second ago with Les Case, was one of the first guys not to make the show in his qualifier the other night, and I'm sure Les was absolutely ecstatic to be told tonight he would be racing the NRT 500, and I know for the three of us up here in the booth, I know we're all racers at heart. We've done many of this over time, and man, the dejection you may feel for missing a big race. And I mean, Todd, I'm sure you can talk about it getting into a race like this, the jubilation you get once you qualify, and the absolute dejection you get when you don't.
Well, I've never actually made the NRT 500 myself. I've never actually tried to make this NRT 500 show. I've never actually attempted it. I've looked at it and I'm like, man, I don't think I can make it in this race. But I've made some other big races, and I've also lost some other big races and by qualifiers, and it's really tough to take when you can't make it in because you're thinking you're so good to get in, and you think you can nail your laps, and sometimes things just don't fall into place for you. So I'm going to throw it down to Rich, I believe, who's caught up with Les Case, one of the qualifiers one of the alternates that didn't make it in, and he's made it in tonight.
Yeah, most definitely. We heard Phil mentioning Les's deal. I got a hold of Les here. He's on the radio with us. Les, you got a copy?
That's a big 10-4, bud.
I'll tell you what, you're in the catbird seat, however you want to say it. Did you even know until today you were in the event?
Not really. I was hoping I was, but I knew I was the first alternate, so I hope I had a pretty good chance and got in. Let's see what the Big Blue Racing's got going on tonight.
10-4, we hear that. It's going to be an exciting race for sure. We're glad to see that you finally got out here. It's got to be tough being an alternate, seeing all these guys going through all these races, all these qualifiers and whatnot, and, leave the event that you're scheduled in thinking, I don't even know if I'm in this event or not. And then come the day of the show, you're just in a waiting pattern, and all of a sudden they give you the green light. I mean, that's got to get you excited.
Oh, you have no idea. You ought to be on my end of it.
I hear that, buddy.
All right, well, Les, we want to wish you the best of luck the rest of the evening. Congratulations on making the show, and good luck. We hope to be talking to you here a little later on.
10-4, go Big Blue Nation.
All right, so that's the 119 Les Case. Feel-good story here. Was on the outside looking in until right before the event when Sean made the decision to take his way out of the event, and Les was the first car in the show. So, Todd, looks like we got just about 30 seconds left in the happy hour session here, so we're about to get these things gridded, the NRT 500 underway. So let's take a look at our starting lineup.
Yes, our starting lineup for the NRT 500. 36 cars in the field here at the Talladega Super Speedway. Starting on the pole is the number 17. That's Jeff Supka. His dancing partner to the outside. That's the number 16. That's Jason Justice.
Inside row number 2, the 196 is Stevie Minson. Outside the 92, Mauricio Bedoya.
Starting in that 5th starting position, that's the 103. That's Carson Krenz. Outside of him is the 088. That's Tim Nosker.
Derek Justice rolls off in the 7th starting position, car number 21. And outside row number 4, last chance qualifying race winner number 2, Gary Piccolo, the number 22 car.
Starting inside row number 5, starting in that 9th starting position, that's a double knot 7. That's Rick Moon and his dancing partner to the outside. Starting in 10th, that's the 38. That's Kevin England.
The 095 of John Forgione rolls off in the 11th starting position. And the outside from Romania, we find Cosman in the 54 car.
Starting in 13th, that's the number 15 or 55. That's Scott Schroyer, and outside of him is number 18. That's David Lawson.
15th starter tonight, the 08 qualifying race winner here, the L-Night. That'd be Chris Robbins in the 08 car. And outside, the defending champion of the NRT 500, the 39 of Josh Metallic.
Starting in the 17th position, that's the 060. That's Paul Wolf. Outside of him, one of the RTG admins here, the double knot 3. That's David Cannon.
The Nature Boy, Donnie Garrett, in the 077 roll off in the 19th starting position. Outside row number 10 in the 048, we find Cliff Dowsett.
Starting 21st, that's the number 40. That's Jim Sumke. And outside of him is the number 94. That's Nick Shabuti.
23rd starter, the number 4, that's JT Irizarry. And outside in the 04, winner of last chance qualifying race number 1, that'd be Michael Berg.
Starting in the 25th starting position, that's number 80. That's Jeff Sorello. And outside of him is the 027. That's Andrew Fitzgerald.
Phil Lodeman goes off into 27th starting position in car number 61. And rolling off outside car number 14, the 101, that's Alan Myers.
Starting in 29th, one of the alternates to make it in the field, that's the 119. That's Les Case. Outside of him is the number 20. That's Willie Albritton.
31st starter, the 140, that is Daniel Guzman. And outside, row number 16, 32nd starter, the 121, that is Steve Looney.
33rd on the field, that's the 012, one of the qualifiers, last chance qualifiers to get in. That's Chris Thompson. Outside of him, it's Mr. Excitement, the number 5 of David Day.
35th starter, we saw him fast in practice, did not take time here in qualifying as the command for Star Engines has started. That'll be Matt Watkins in the 13. He's going to roll off 35th. 36th starter, we find the 777 of Cy Jones, and I believe we may have a 37th entry into the field tonight. The 95 of Dave Earlywine, I believe, is going to roll off in the 37th starting position. So, guys, extra entry added here tonight for the NRT 500. So 37 starters will take the green.
As drivers are rolling off of pit road, we're getting ready to go racing here with the NRT 500. Phil, I tell you what, anticipation's been building all week. These guys, their nerves got to be shot by now.
I can't imagine what the excitement is like behind the wheel, especially if any of those 37 competitors out there. What a big prize, bragging rights for the entire season throughout this entire close-knit community that run under the NRT service here, and everybody who runs through the NR 2003 community. This is the granddaddy of the spectacle, the Super Bowl. You know, our Daytona 500, even though we'll call it here from a Talladega Super Speedway. This is the big one. 188 laps, so make up the distance. One last time before green. Let's check in with Rich. Rich, going to be a great race. What do you think?
Yeah, most definitely. I think we're in for a good one. Like I said earlier, I hope this thing goes green. We should have the best of the best out here, basically, after a week-long worth of qualifying races. So only time will tell, but once the green drops and we see how these cars get around the first lap, I think it's going to tell us a lot. I don't think there's going to be too much 3 wide right away, but we did hear a couple drivers at the end of the LCQ1 and LCQ2 say, no, they're going 3 wide right away. They want to get out of the back of the pack and move towards the front if they end up back there. So it's going to be real interesting to see who makes a charge to get to the front to get that clean air, or if most of them just sit back and try to ride. I don't think we're going to know anything until after the first lap, guys.
No, I don't think we're going to know anything until the first run is complete, to be perfectly honest. But anticipation is building. Guys are strapped into their seats. Pace car has found its way onto pit road as the cars will work their way into the tri-oval. We're going to throw it to DRTV's Too Tall Todd Stanton for the race call.
Drivers, Supka and Justice leading them down through the tri-oval, waiting to get the green flag for the NRT 500. Anticipation's been building all week long for this. We're getting ready. The flagger has that green flag in hand, and green flag's waving on the NRT 500.
Field has broken its way into turns number 1 and 2, still side by side as the cars will come their way up to speed off this 37 degrees of banking off turn number 2. Looks like your pole sitter Zupka there in the 17 will break out with the initial race lead as cars slinking down on the inside. That outside line was pulled by Justice. He's going to find help upside on the high side. The 088 of Tim Nosker running about 5th, 6th as they try to find their way into line through turn 3.
Supka and Minson right now trying to run away and hide. They also got another car right behind them in tow trying to break away from the field, but you know how difficult it is to break away from the field at Talladega, especially early on in the going, as Supka right now is going to lead the lap there, and the outside right now is trying to gain some momentum, and we've seen this a lot in the qualifying races, Phil, that these guys up top, it takes them a little bit to get going, but they can make some extremely good passes up there.
No, you're absolutely right. The high line usually can get that cell wound up as long as you get a couple of numbers up there, as we're seeing now up high, the 16 of Jason Justice. He was your outside pole sitter. He's the first car up high. He's worked his way from 5th up to 3rd on the back straightaway. Now he'll try to pull alongside Stevie Minson to that 196 and try to go side by side through turns 3 and 4. Can't make any way of that. Off of turn number 4, the field will come. Led by your pole sitter, Jeff Zupka, and that 17 car as they'll work their way through the tri-oval to put lap number 2 of 188 on the board.
Lap number 2 going to be complete this time now as he crosses the start-finish line. Looks like Supka is going to lead that lap in the number 17 machine. Jason Justice still holding on. Well, that time by he was holding on to that second position, but right now, as you see, Stevie Minson is in second. He's going to switch up to the high line in front of Jason Justice. He's going to try to make a move on the leader.
Trying to make that move on the inside. They're still side by side through the field. Looks like about 20 rows deep at least as they work their way into turn number 3. Zupka and Justice battling for that race lead side by side. Nobody can make the worst of that battle as they work side by side, looking further back in the field, finding a lot of names back there, qualifying race winners. Derek Justice, Chris Robbins, they're currently running outside the top 10. Too wide, Todd, as they work down through the tri-oval. Nobody seems to want to get out of line and find that third groove.
No, not right now. It's too early on in the going here at the Talladega Superspeedway as lead change number 2 has gone up on the board. The 196 of Stevie Minson now leading with Jason Justice pushing him. Look who it is in that number 22 machine. That's Gary Piccolo. He's right inside the top 5 right now, Phil.
Gary Piccolo, one of those names you always see at the front of one of these deals. Great behind the wheels, found his way up on that high lane, trying to make his way now up into the 3rd position behind our race leader, Stevie Minson, in that 196. Looks like top 3-4 cars all found their way to the inside of the banking here as they work through the west end of the speedway. And now if the battle is for 5th on back, Bedoya is down there, second car line, the 92. He's pushing that 17, the pole sitter of Zupka. They're side by side. That's the race for 4th as they head back through the start-finish line back into turn 1.
Bedoya in that number 92 is another car that did not make it in the last chance qualifier, but he had another feel-good story as he was one of the alternates for this event. He made it in the field for the NRT 500. I'm sure he's got to be stoked to even running in the top 10 right now with that number 92 machine.
So back near the front, we find Minson in that high lane. The high lane seems to be that way around. It looks like the top 8, 9 cars have broken out in that top line. So very interesting to see a lot different strategy than we thought we'd see. coming into the event. The outside line definitely looks to be that preferred line right now because the tires come in and may go away and slide up the speedway. So it looks like probably through that first 5 or 6 positions we find have broken out single file, led by the 196 of Stevie Minson, the 16 of Jason Justice, the 22 of Gary Piccolo, the 55 of Scott Schroyer. That's currently your top 4, and top 5 clocking in. Chris Robbins has found his way back, so he was outside the top 10 to start. He's currently showed 5th, so Todd looks like the entire pack has still stayed together. I'm looking at an interval from the first spot all the way back to a 36 starter. We did start only 36 here tonight. Cy Jones at number 777, just separated by first to last, just under 2.5 seconds as we worked through that last time by.
Been watching the middle of the pack. A lot of guys are jockeying for position. They're switching from high to the low groove, trying to make their way to the front. And a lot of these guys, Phil, if you've seen the outside running like the way it was in Last Chance Qualifier and 2, you would have seen it. But they were running down low, but now they've switched down to the low side. They got away from the top side of the speedway. Is now you got a train on the bottom.
Train has found the bottom of the racetrack, led by Stevie Minson. The Pied Piper down there has pulled that up to that bottom line now, racing for the race lead. Single file amongst the top 3 as we look back toward the front of the grid here. First car in that high lane trying to make that charge will be the 08 of Chris Robbins. He was outside the top 10. He's charged his way into the top 5 now. He's got the race for 4th alongside that 38 car of Kevin England. He's down low. That's the race for the 5th and 6th spot as they work through turns 3 and 4.
England and Robbins are side by side there momentarily. Robbins going to give up a little bit coming off the corner as England going to pull in line right with your top 4 drivers trying to break away and hide. These drivers are on the bottom side, but the high side's not going to give up that well.
So low line seems to be that fast pair on the speedway. Kevin England down there, he's riding 5th in line. That 38 car looking out the windshield. You can see the 55 of Scott Schroyer just ahead, the 22 of Gary Piccolo just ahead. In your front 2, Steve Minson, your race leader in the 196. Jason Justice up high. That's your top 5. The race is for 6th. Chris Robbins is up high, but he's found himself under fire from that 21 car of Derek Justice, Todd, as they work their way to turn 3.
Yeah, Derek Justice in that number 21 machine starting to make his way to the front, trying to get around the top side. The top side seems to be falling off, Phil, as they come down through the triangle. It doesn't look like as many cars up there right now.
No, I'm seeing that they get that nice, good run through turn number 1 and 2. We're able to make up some time through the back straightaway into turn 3, but it looks like the apex of turn number 4 and through the triangle, that bottom line is able to get it back wound up, and Chris Robbins of the 08 up high trying to be the first car to make that charge in the high lane. Can't seem to make worse for wear of it, and he keeps losing a spot or 2 every time. Looks like the top 6 or 7 cars have broke clear on the inside, but as I say that, here comes that 08 machine back up high. He'll make it around the 21 of Justice, and now he's going to pull back alongside the 38 of Kevin England. So can't penetrate up through into that top 5, but the race is hot and heavy for that 5th position as we work through on lap number 9. We'll put 10 on the board. So 10 of 188 in the books here that make up the distance for the NRT 500. We're here live on DRTV, live flag-to-flag coverage of this big main event here for Rolling Thunder Gaming, the NRT 500. And I'm thrilled to be broadcasting here live on DRTV. And, of course, you want the best in sim racing television. You have it right here on DRTV. Phil LaCasse along with Too Tall Todd Stanton, Mr. TV Rich Patton down low. The field is in the back straightaway working the 10th circuit of the event, led by the 196. That is Stevie Minson. Jason Justice, the number 16. Gary Piccolo in the 22. Currently scored your top 3. The battle is for that 4th spot. That 08 Chris Robbins trying to get to the bumper of the 55 rather of Scott Schroyer and quite can't get there. But 3 wide, Todd, back further in the field.
Yeah, it looks like the 04, one of your last chance qualifier winners, he started up top. I mean, he started a 3rd groove with these guys. Now he's got the 012 up there joining them, and the number 5 machine. There's 3 wide through the back of the field. It's about 22nd on back. These guys are starting to get a little antsy, starting to try to make their way to the front.
That's a battle back there. I'm showing for scored last time by Michael Berg was clocked in the 18th position. So that's 18th on back. They still 2-3 wide up there in that group just ahead. That's back about 16th on back. Trying to get to see who that might be at that front of that field, get a better vantage point. 3 wide through the 5 of David Day. There's no surprise, Mr. Excitement, David Day. He's that first car in that third lane up high. They're 3 wide, Todd, as they work their way through the tri-oval.
Yeah, David Day, no stranger to Talladega, no stranger to any racing league. I've seen David Day race quite a few times, Mr. Excitement, and there is a reason why he has that name, because he pretty much puts the car anywhere he can, and he finds his way to the front. May put a bumper to somebody, but David Day does find his way to the front.
David Day strong in every aspect of racing. We see him a lot of Saturday nights during the TDR Modified Series, a multiple-time race winner in that event. And no doubt he'll be a player here by the end of the night. Was able to get in through qualifying all night. We show David scored back last time by in the 15th position, so trying to make his way up high. He's gained 20 spots in this event. David did start 35th, so we'll, of course, keep an eye on his progress. Now he's starting to fall back through the clutches. Looks like not a lot of help up high. He's going to drop further back in line. Meanwhile, back at the front, we work the 12th circuit. Looks like it's still that 196 of Stevie Minson. Showing you a race leader. Nobody seems to be wanting to pull out of line quite yet to make the move toward that race lead. But with so many laps left in the event, probably best, Todd, just to log some laps. And I mean, of course, you want to win, you got to get to the end.
Yeah, if you win, you must first finish. That's a saying that I've heard many, many times, even from my father. I know it's a real old saying, but a lot of these guys right now settling into suit, I think they're going to start hankering down for their green flag pit stop and see if they can get by that first fill, and then maybe you'll start seeing some racing. But I think they want to get to that first green flag pit stop.
We're probably about almost halfway through the fuel run. Going to put 14 laps on the scoreboard, broken up amongst the top 5. That battle for the 6th position up high. The 08 of Chris Robbins has absolutely trying to pull that top lane. He has help up there from the 18 of David Lawson and last year's winner of the 39 Josh Metallicos. The first 3 cars in that high lane still can't seem to break that top 7. Top 7 cars have all broken out, and I think, Todd, you found the race 3 wide back through the field.
Yeah, indeed I have. Michael Berg again jumping out of line, trying to get that third groove going, and somebody goes with him momentarily, and then they just drop back down the line, and Michael Berg dropping like a rock again through the field in that 04 machine.
So Michael Berg trying to make his way back toward the front. Currently scored 15th last time by. We'll see how that recycles. They come back through the start-finish line. They'll put lap number 15 up on the board. Still Stevie Minson, your race leader, followed by Jason Justice. Everybody just kind of minding their business. A long way to go. This 500-mile event for the NRT 500. 28th that time by for that 04. So he was that high lane. Sometimes, Todd, the risk or reward. He lost 13 spots that time, that lap.
Yeah, nobody wanted to go with him up there in that third groove quite yet. I think he's just testing the waters to see who he can go with him up in that third groove, because that's going to be where you're going to see guys make or break their nights up there.
No, absolutely trying to find that high lane, and unfortunately for Michael Berg in that 04, nobody wanted to go with him. He'll drop back. He'll try to make most of that, but we look back toward this field. Still all clean and green at the front. Still single file amongst them top 7 till you find the 08 of Chris Robbins. Still trying to lead that charge on that high lane. Has not been able to make it higher than that 7th position last time by. Your top 6 all single file in the low lane. Stevie Minson, the 196. Jason Justice, 16. Gary Pickle with 22. Scott Schroyer, the 55. Kevin England at 38. And Derek just at 21. That makes up your top 6. As Todd, I believe you have a DRTV driver spotlight.
Yeah, one of the new things that we've been pioneering here is one of the driver spotlights. Right now, we're on the spotlight right now. We have the 196 of Stevie Minson. He's from Mechanicsville, Virginia. His car is sponsored by Xperia. He comes from FRC, and he finished 3rd in his qualifying.
So that would be your DRTV spotlight, your race leader, Stevie Minson of that 196. Shown as your race leader, that high lane, starting to make a little bit of way up there as Chris Robbins and David Lawson have found a little bit of momentum in that high lane. Still trying to get up through that top 5, was able to make it wide. Chris Robbins made it around the 30 to Kevin England to put it up in the top 5. But meanwhile, back to the front of the field, you find Stevie Minson, Jason Justice, Gary Piccolo, Scott Schroyer, Chris Robbins. That is your top 5. 6 through 10, we'll find Kevin England, David Lawson, Josh Batalik, Paul Wolf, and we'll let this recycle hit start finish line. We'll try this again. 18 laps in the event. Rich, I'm going to throw it down to you. Is there any workings from the chat box or anybody shouting out or anything going on down at race control?
Well, we haven't really talked too much about the chat box yet today. There are a lot of people watching this show. I'm currently seeing 95 watchers live on YouTube right now. There is a little bit of action going on in the chat box, so we'll just give them a shout out. So all you guys watching on YouTube, signed into YouTube, so you can see that chat box on the right-hand side. I am monitoring that chat box. I will respond in there when I can, and if I see something that interests me, I will certainly get your post out on the air. You want your post on the air? Start rooting for your drivers. I want to see that chat box start scrolling. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you guys. Everybody in that YouTube land, feel free to interact with us. Keep us engaged in the event. A long event here tonight. We definitely want to hear from you, see what you're thinking, and wishing you guys have the best time. I see there's a group of guys sitting in the party lounge here over at RTG, and I'm glad you guys are all here, having a good time, taking in everything going in around this NRT 500. It's been a phenomenal week of this event, seeing this all come together through qualifying, through the last chance qualifiers, and finally culminating tonight, the 500-mile trek, the NRT 500. Currently being scored, your race leader is the 196 of Stevie Minson. Has been the leader throughout the early duration of the event. We're going to put lap number 20 on the board this time by as a cross-start finish. Your top 5 scored Stevie Minson, Jason Justice, Gary Piccolo, Scott Schroyer, Kevin England. They make up your top 5. They roll past start finish. The 6th position is a 21 of Derek Justice. Chris Robbins at 08 is the first car up high, currently scored 7th. Pole sitter Jeff Zupka, he's currently scored 8th. David Lawson in the 18 and Josh Batalik round out your top 10. 11 through 15, Marcio Bedoya, Paul Wolf, Tim Nofsker, John Forgione, David Day. He's found his way up to 15th. 16th, we find Carson Krenz, the 012 of Christopher Thompson is 17th. Rick Moon, the 007 is 18th. 19th, JT Irizarry. And rounding out the top 20, we'll find Alan Myers in that 101. So that's the top 20 as they work their way off turn number 4, Todd, back toward the start-finish line to put lap 21 on the board.
Yeah, Stevie Minson still continuing to lead with Jason Justice and Gary Piccolo following suit. These top 4 drivers on the bottom side of the speedway, it seems like they're just hooked up and the outside just can't get it going, as it's been pretty stale up top. As these guys are starting, looks like Jason Justice going to peek down to the inside there momentarily, down on Steve Minson. Minson slams the door. Minson is actually from Blazing Pedals, and he is sponsored by Hooters in that 198 machine. Sorry about the spotlight, but Hooters is his sponsor from Blazing Pedals, and Jason Justice still sitting in that 2nd spot. So these guys started getting moving a little bit.
So roaming through the back half of the field, we gave you the top 20 last time by. Names we did not mention. Currently short in that 18th position. Last time by was Michael Berg in the 04. We'll find Cosman in the 54 car. Cosman from Romania, the only European in the field tonight. Currently was scored 19th last time by. I see Wiley Albritton back there in car number 20. Currently scored 20th. Looking back from 24th on back, we find Daniel Guzman, the 140. The 94 of Nick Shabuti. The 048 of Clef Dowsett, the 61 of Phil Lloydman, Jim Zomgi rather, the 40 car, he's currently scored 28th. The Nature Boy Donnie Garrett will be 29th. Rounding out the 30th position, the 119 of Les Case, and further back, 31st through 36th. Still all maintaining this lead pack, mind you. 31st, we find David Cannon. Jeff Crivello in the 80, he's currently scored 32nd. Steve Looney, the 121 machine, is 33rd. 34th, Matt Watkins in the 13. He was fast in practice. I can't imagine he ain't going to be up in the front by the end of this thing. 35th position right now is a 777 of Cy Jones, and rounding out the field, only 3 seconds off the pace, still in tow with that lead pack, the 027 of Andrew Fitzgerald.
Michael Berg in that 04 machine, 3 wide once again, trying to get that third line working. Michael Berg has not learned so far in this early on in this event that nobody's going with him up there. They might go up with him there for a couple seconds, and then all of a sudden nobody goes with him, and then he just drops back. But Michael Berg did fall back into line and save some spots. Michael Berg, this last time by, was in your 20th position. I don't think he only lost a couple positions. He might have even gained one here coming back to the line, Phil.
No, absolutely correct. Michael Berg, following his progress, currently scored last time by as they cycle through, was scored 17th, so he was able to pick up a couple positions by working that top lane in that in a three-wide scenario. But so far, not able to crack up near that top 15 as we're still all clean and green back toward the front of the field. About to put 25 laps up on the scoreboard, so we're getting within that window, probably about 10 laps of green flag pit stops. Stevie Minson has been through the duration, is that race leader in that 196. Jason Justice in the 16. Gary Piccolo of a 22. Scott Schroyer in the 55. Two guys we've seen work together 2 nights ago in a last chance qualifier in the top 5. And we find Kevin England, that 38. That's been the top 5 for the majority of the last 20 laps. Is now 25 on the speedway. Field working its way off turn number 2. Getting toward Todd, probably within, I'm going to guess, probably about 10 to 12 laps of a green flag pit stop now. Early on in this race, if you're behind the wheel, you coming in taking gas go here, you're going to come in and take 4 tires, 2 tires. What would be your strategy from here on out?
First pit stop, I would make my way down pit road, just get a tank of fuel, a couple tanks of fuel, and then no tires. Go back out on the track, and then maybe next time I may take right side tires. If we keep getting green flag pit stops, just take right side and then left side, and then the very last pit stop, take no tires and fuel only. So that's my strategy. These guys are going to change it up. You may even see them take 4 tires because it really doesn't hurt when you're getting 2 tanks of fuel. It doesn't hurt that much to take 4 tires, Phil.
No, absolutely. You got to get 2 cans of fuel. You might as well come and take a couple of tires. You're going to be there anyways. So, little strategy call there is we're working on 26 on the board. We'll hit 27 next time by. We'll keep an eye out in the next handful, 10 laps, as they get set for their first round of green flag pit stops. Sorry to report, we've had the event's first casualty. There was a spin on the racetrack. We have Rich down in the control booth, going to try to show you what may have happened there, but we're sorry to report the 101 for any Alan Myers fans out there. He has pulled his car back behind the wall and has retired from the NRT 500. So unfortunately, Todd, we've had our race's first casualty.
I'm ready.
And Rich, I believe you have a DRTV replay. We'll see what happened to that 101.
Yeah, we definitely got the live replay down here. We're going to watch the 101 and kind of see what happens as it happens. Don't appear to be any contact or whatever there. He just gets a little loose possibly, and it comes down right in front of someone else, goes across the nose of another car, puts it into the wall in the infield. With this realistic damage, as you can see, that car is pretty beat up just from that impact. So no wonder he took his car to the trailer. He pretty much destroyed that car on that impact, guys. Back to you.
Still continuing on up front, we are on lap number 28 at the line. Stevie Minson, your current race leader, still with Jason Justice sitting second. Third was Gary Piccolo. Fourth, Scott Schroyer. And fifth right now is Kevin England. These guys are starting to form a single file line on the bottom. Outside still stalling and going backwards. I'm going to throw it down to Phil, I believe, who is caught up with one of our first casualties of the evening.
Yes, Tom, I'm going to try to get a hold of the 101 of Alan Myers, who unfortunately is race first casualty. Alan, it's Phil up in the booth. You have a copy?
Yeah, I got a copy.
Alan Myers, the 101 machine. You were having a great run out there tonight. You pulled it behind the wall, damage to the car. Tell us what happened out there.
It was just tight racing, from the start, and, I made a mistake. I came down and clipped the car, and thankfully I was the only one that got damaged. Everybody else was able to go without getting damaged, and that's all on me.
Well, looks like it's been, so far, clean and green out front. Nobody seems to be wanting to make that move out of line. We've seen a couple of guys work in to try to make a third groove and not able to make a much of a run up there. You were about mid-pack. Is that what were you seeing from your spot through the first 25 laps?
Everybody was being cautious. We had some 3 wides just, a couple times, but, some people trying to get on the high line. Everybody's being cautious. It's a long race, and I moved in and out the bottom and top lines made up a few spots. But I think everybody's waiting for the first pit stop and see what happens on getting this field broke up.
No, I couldn't agree more. Alan, thank you for a couple words here. Lastly, while we have you, anybody like to thank or say hi to while we have you up here on DRTV?
Well, I want to give a shout out to my league, FSB. I want to thank Roland there in the gaming for putting this on, DRTV for broadcasting it. Appreciate y'all. And you know, it was a great run to get in this big race, and I appreciate all the admins and everything, everybody that put this thing together.
All right, Alan Myers, the 101 car. Alan, we hate to see you out of the event. Good luck the rest of the way, and we hope to catch you again real soon here on DRTV.
All right, thank you guys.
All right, Todd, I'll throw it back to you. That's Alan Myers, driver of the 101. Unfortunately, the event's first casualty, so we'll have 35 cars left on the speedway as we turn our attention here to what, Todd, should be the first round of green flag pit stops here relatively soon.
Yeah, we are on lap 31 right now. Going to be 32 as they're coming out of 4 right now and getting ready to come through the tri-oval. About 32 laps will be complete of 188. Pit window is coming up soon. Going to have to see what these drivers do. 2 tires, 4 tires, no tires, and just fuel. Not sure what they're going to do. See how many packs form after these green flag pit stops.
Well, that will be the story there. How many packs will they break out? I mean, you can't imagine. I'm showing the top, we'll call it, all 35 cars are within 3 seconds of the lead pack, so you got to assume they're all getting some kind of sniff off of that draft, and those guys toward the tail end of the pack may just be hanging on, being wary of anything. If anything broke for contact, they have time to react. But when you think about 35 cars needing to come to pit road here, probably within the next handful of laps or so, as we're 32 laps into a 188 lap event, fuel window was anywhere I heard from 35 to 39. I'm assuming these guys toward the front of the field are really hard and heavy on the gas. Can't imagine they can stretch it much past 37, 38 laps. What remains to be seen. So we'll pay attention to that here as we get down to what should be the start of green flag pit stops anytime. I believe the window will be open here within the next few laps. So I'll recap 33 laps into the NRT 500 live on DRTV. Stevie Minson in that 196 is currently your race leader. Stevie, when he took the lead there early on, was the second lead change of the event from our pole sitter there, was 17 of Jeff Zupka, who was your pole sitter. Stevie Minson, that 196, as we said, has led the entire duration of the early part of this event. Closely followed by that 16 car of Jason Justice. The 22 of Gary Piccolo runs third. Scott Schroyer in that 55 is fourth. Kevin England, the 38. That's pretty much been your top 5. Derek Justice has run 6 in that 21 car. And the battle's been for that 6th spot for the most of this first half of the race, Todd, as he's been side by side basically with that weight of Chris Robbins, who has repeatedly tried to pull that outside line throughout the entire duration of this first 30 laps.
Yeah, Chris Robbins just not going anywhere. There's not a lot of cars up in the top groove helping Robbins out right now. It looks like everybody's just riding it out, sitting on the bottom side of the speedway. As again, like you said, pit stops are coming up. So you're going to see a lot of these guys try to jockey to the bottom because it's going to be tough to pit from that second groove up down on the Talladega Superspeedway.
So working lap 34, Field is in the west end of the speedway in turn number 3, led in tow by that 196 of Stevie Minson. So eyes out, eyes peeled here. We'll be looking on pit road. And Rich, I'm going to throw it down to you here for a second. I want you to talk a little bit about what we're going to see here in a minute. Green flag pit stops. It could be the very first live look under green flag conditions of the DRTV punt cam.
Yeah, most definitely. We're going to have that punt cam up there for everybody. And as you mentioned earlier, Phil, why we call it the punt cam, a lot of times this is going to be the most hairiest spot on the track. And many times, especially in situations which we're leading up to right now, we could have a lot of cars trying to come in real fast. And they're going to have to break their speeds down really quick right at that line to make pit road speed. So very hectic. These guys have been out here running for 30-plus laps already. They're getting kind of comfortable. And as soon as that pit comes up, they're going to have to change their thinking, and it's going to happen real quick. So the punt cam is there just in case we have some action at pit entrance.
All right, we'll keep an eye on the NRT punt cam, an exclusive here for DRTV. Trying it for the first time here for the NRT 500. We are live on DRTV. We're 36 laps into this NRT 500. Thank you for joining us here on DRTV. Phil LaCasse, Todd Stanton, Rich Patton, on the call for tonight's great event. If, of course, you want the best in live sim race TV, you do have it right here on DRTV. We are thrilled to be a part of this grand event put on by Rolling Thunder Gaming. You can't thank Dave for NRT for all he has put in for this entire community. A wonderful event. Over 170 entries tried to make their way into what was a 36-car starting field tonight. 6 qualifying races, 2 last chance qualifiers, and into the big race here where 36 will put 37 laps into the NRT 500. All clean and green to this point. Been caution free throughout the event. Your race leader here, Stevie Minson, that 196. He's shown the durational lead here as we work our way on lap number 37. Green flag pit stops will be the wave of the day anytime here, Todd. And I think you and I both agree 4 tires probably could be the call this time by, but man, I think the thought in the back of your head, if you're the driver there about mid-pack, looking at guys like Daniel Guzman, Les Case, Christopher Thompson, 012, you're about 18th, 19th, 20th running as those 3 currently are. You got to hit pit road perfectly. You got to hit your marks, but you also got to be wary of that traffic around you as you come to pit road.
Yeah, indeed, you got to be wary of that traffic. Traffic could be anywhere. If you're going to pit about the same time the leaders are, and most generally you want to pit the same time the leaders are because you're going to lose that lead draft if you don't nail your pit stop. You're going to come down pit road, slow down at 55 miles an hour. We do have the punt cam up down on pit road right now just in case we miss when they're coming down to green flag pit stops, and the punt cam is up, so it's going to be interesting.
We're going to keep our eye on pit road as I think this time by I see pit signs up. We're going to see cars going to try to make their way off the speedway. Field is in the back straightaway. The leader is Stevie Minson in that 196. We'll see if he may be among one of these first cars to pit road. Think we're going to see the 196, the 121, the 92 car, the 16, the 54. Looks like a lot of the leaders' pit signs are in the air. These guys all be ready for pit road, so we'll keep our eyes peeled. These come off the banking as they make their way off 188 miles per hour down to that 55 as we show you on the punt cam as they roll on to pit road. Todd, I'll throw it to you.
Yeah, Stevie Minson made it safe and sound. He got down to 55 onto pit road. He's getting ready to come to the attention of his pit crew with the 196 machine. He's coming down. It looks like Cosman did spin it coming down the pit road. In that number 54 machine, here comes Steve Minson. We're going to see what he's going to do, what type of strategies Steve Minson in the 196 is going to have. Right side tires are going on the 196 Hooters machine. Are they going to jack up the left side? It doesn't look like, yep, they're going to jack up the left side, put 4 fresh tires on, 2 tanks of fuel, and Stevie Minson's down and away.
Down here in the far end of pit road, the 16 car, the Bud Light machine of Jason Justice. 4 tires there as well. 4 tires as well for that 92 of Padoya, the 22 of Gary Piccolo. 4 tires the way of the end down this far side of pit road. Covering
David Day's pit stop right now. In the number 5 machine, he's down to the attention of his pit crew. Left side tires going on as you see the 012. I can see the 012, and Nick, he's around. David Day still getting fuel. He's getting ready to go. It looks like he's down and away in the number 5 machine. It looks like he only got right side tires. I'm down this side of pit road watching the 55 of Scott Schroyer. He was within that top 5. He's come to pit road. Left side tires only. An interesting strategy here. 40 laps up on the board. Left side to the 55. He's down and away. Looking at the 777 of Cy Jones, he got left side tires, and I believe he also got right side tires, full tank of fuel, and that Sunoco Racing Field 777. He's going to be down and away here as he comes out of pit road. Peeking down to the far end of pit road here, I'm following along with the 103 of Carson Krenz. He was currently scored as second place last time by. He's working his way down to the end of pit road. We'll see what the 103, he makes out hard left. He'll hit the pit sign absolutely beautifully. Car comes to rest. Looks like right side tires up on that 103. Right side tires the call on Carson Krenz. They get that thing full of fuel. See if they come swinging around to that left side. Left side tire, no left side. His right side tire is only for the 103 of Carson Krenz. He's got 2 cans of Sunoco Racing Fuel. He's down and away from pit road. It looks like also until the 94 of Chick Shabuti. He also took 2 right side tires. So far, without a couple of minor spins here and there coming out of the pit lane, looks like we're all clean here through this first round of pit stops. It looks like the 777 of Cy Jones, when I said he was down and away, he didn't actually pull away. And Cy Jones looks like he created some damage here in the 777 of Cy Jones. He spent an extensive time on pit road. Now he's one lap down to your current race leader, Cy Jones, in the 777, now 35th on the field.
All right, so we'll let this cycle play out, try to reset the field, give you the recap of what the top 10 may look like here after this first round of green flag pit stops as the field is working their way off of turn number 4 through the tribal. Let them get back through the start-finish line, let timing and scoring here catch up, and we'll give you the rundown of the top 10 as we hit the line. We'll put 42 up on the board this time by. It'll be Scott Schroyer, that number 55. Nope, mind you, Derek Justice is currently your race leader. Scott Schroyer with 55, currently second. The 38 car, Kevin England, the 5 of David Day, and the 60 car, one of our qualifying race winners, Paul Wolf, currently rounding out your top 5. 6 through 10 will find Marcio Bedoya, JT Irizarry, David Lawson in that 18. Your early race leader, Stevie Minson, the 196, he's currently back in the 9th spot. And Gary Piccolo in that 22, that's your top 10. 42 laps into the event here, Todd, as the field is working its way off turn number 4.
David Day in that number 5 machine was running on the bottom. It looks like he's in that sucker hole, Phil, there momentarily. He's going to lose a couple spots there in the number 5 machine. David Day is able to drop back down in line, Mr. Excitement, but after losing 2 positions.
Lost them positions there as the field works their way through the west end of the speedway here, off of turn number 2, down the back straightaway. Field in the hand now of Derek Justice at that number 21. He is your race leader. Broken out on that inside line. Looks like you're single file through the top 5 as we work our way back up through into the 5th spot. David Lawson in the 18. He's under pressure from that 4 car of GT Irizarry. They're side by side, Todd. The action for 5th off of turn 4.
Yeah, looking at the field right now, Phil, doesn't look like too many people have come off the lead pack. 54 is the last car on the lead pack. That's 33 cars in the lead pack, Phil.
33 cars on top of that lead pack there. Has worked 44 laps into the event. And looking at David Day, he just made a bold move from that outside lane. Just found a squeeze hole there on the inside. That's the action back for about the 5th and 6th position. David Day in that 5 car. He's trying to find his way in line. He did find it in the way in between that 18 of David Lawson, snuck in behind that 060 of Paul Wolf. That's your 4th runner. So they're still single file, probably about 6, 7, 8 on back as they work their way off turn number 4. Going to put 45 laps up on the board this time around. And Todd, all clean and green for that first flag of stops. Looking at the intervals here now, I see the top 22 cars are in that lead pack, and then that second pack that is currently led by the 003 David Cannon, the 13 of Matt Watkins. They're about 6.5 seconds off of. They're about 6 seconds off of this first pack as leaders have worked its way off of turn number 2. So 6 or 7 cars. Go ahead, Todd.
6 cars in that second pack. That's the double knot 3 of David Cannon. You got Matt Watkins in the number 13 machine. You got Andrew Fitzgerald in the 027. You got Steve Loney in the 121. You got Donnie Garrett, that's the Nature Boy. He's also right there in that second pack in the 077. You got the number 119 of Les Case. And Jim Somke in the number 40 machine. Also Willie Albritton. Looks like he's going to catch the second pack and just hang on to it barely, as Willie Albritton is the last car in that second pack.
So that's action. That's 23rd on back, that second pack of cars as they work around the 46th circuit here on the speedway. Back up near the front of the field now. Derek Justice still in hand with that race lead. Single file amongst the top 4 or 5. The race is for 5th. It's David Day down low, Mr. Excitement. JT Irizarry up high. They may take it 3 wide as David Day's trying to find his way through the middle. He'll fall back in line. Todd, hot and heavy action here as they work their way through 3 and 4.
Yeah, David Day in that number 5 machine peaked to the middle groove in that number 5. Trying to get something to work there as these guys are jockeying for position. As you see, it looks like a snake coming through the tri-oval. Here comes David Day down to the extreme bottom. David Day, Mr. Excitement, down around the 38 of Kevin England. He may get more.
He may get more as he's found his way up the 3rd spot now, trying to find his way under the 55 of Scott Schroyer, trying to put that car down low to the bottom side of the speedway. He's going to pull alongside that 55, move David Day up into that 2nd spot as they work off turn 2. Little contact between him and that 55 of Schroyer. They'll make that right. And Todd, the chart is on. Looks like that outside lane is pulling back ahead as they head back toward turn 3.
Yeah, looked momentarily that Lawson was going to try to lead David Day out to hang, and David Day still running in the middle. Here comes Lawson down to the bottom side. He's going to try to make that 3 wide with David Day in the number 60 machine.
Lawson can't find that room there. David Day's trying to straighten his way back into that high lane. Still can't find the gap there. He'll pull that back down to that low line, trying to get that nice big draft. Meanwhile, we look at the front there. Scott Schroyer, that 55, he ducked it back out of line. He's going to pull back, and he was going to make a move with that 21 of Derek Justice. Hot and heavy here at the front of the field. 48 laps into the NRT 500. Hot and heavy pace in the race again. Once again, that inside line, Todd, is pulled up alongside as I head down that back straightaway.
Yeah, we've seen Chris Robbins in that 08 machine. He was running in that second groove up top. Now he's switched lanes down to the bottom to help the number 5 of David Day. David Day pulling up even with the number 38 of Kevin England. England under fire from David Day. David Day trying to get around Scott Schroyer here in the same corner.
David Day still trying to find his way down that low line. He's got plenty of help there from the 18 of David Lawson, the 060 of Paul Wolf. They're all back there. A hungry pack trying to chase down race leader Derek Justice, that 21, 49 laps up on the scoreboard. Battle is here for the race lead. David Day has that momentum on that low lane, and I think, Todd, as we work our way off turn number 2, it's safe to say our new race leader is that number 5 of David Day.
From 35th to 1st, David Day, Mr. Excitement, in that number 5 machine now takes the lead over from the 21 machine of Derek Justice as we come down the back straightaway. But Justice going to pull up even halfway down the back straightaway as he entered number 3.
David Day on that low side looks to come back ahead. He has help down low from that 08 of Chris Robbins. He's up there in that low line. He's found his way into 3rd position, trying to put that pass on the 21. 3 wide further on back, we find the 04 of Michael Berg as they work through the tri-oval. Michael Berg currently scored last time by in that 8th position, made that bold move 3 wide as we put 50 laps up on the speedway. Absolute madness up near the front of the field. We'll see if we can't give you a full field rundown here. 50 laps into the NRT 500. The leader is David Day in the 5. Chris Robbins in that 08 currently scored 2nd. Derek Justice, Scott Schroyer, Josh Metallic has found his way from that top 5. 6 through 10, you'll find Kevin England, John Fugione, Michael Berg, Marcio Bedoya, Paul Wolf round out your top 10. David Lawson's 11th, JT Irizarry, Tim Nosker, Rick Moon, and Phil Lodeman. They'll work through the top 15 as they come off the banking here. Turn number 4 through the tri-oval. We'll put 51 laps up on the scoreboard. Todd looking through his pack, 21 cars, all within a half a second of that race lead. Action here at the front of the field. The intensity level is absolutely picked up.
Yeah, I've been watching the number 22, Gary Piccolo. He's right now running in the 18th position. Gary Piccolo looks like he's hanging back. These guys got a little dicey here in the running, and they're still getting dicey as I'm watching the guys through the middle of the pack here, this 21-car pack, and these guys are trying to make their way to the front in extreme fashion.
That low lane seems to be the place that may be the momentum. We see David Day make that pass for the low line. Now up front here, we're finding Paul Wolf on that 060. He has help from JT Irizarry in that 4. Down low, that's racing hot and heavy. Currently for the 8th position as they work their way off of turn number 4. That was close as 92 car of Bedoya slammed that door shut. So as they work around lap number 52, we're still single file here through the top 10 as the field, Todd, has worked its way, led by David Day off of turn number 2.
I was watching the 088 of Tim Nosker. Nosker was up. He was shuffled out of line, and when you have no friends, you fall to the back. And Nosker right now has no friends, and he's falling way back. Looks like the top side will catch him there towards the tail end of the field, but tough for Tim Nosker. In the 088, he was running in that top 10. Now he's falling back.
So single file up near the front of the field, looking at the intervals through this field. I'm looking back into that second pack led by that 003 of David Cannon. We were looking at that about 5-10 laps ago. That pack was 7 seconds behind. They've cut this interval to under 3.7 seconds as they come back through the start-finish line. David Cannon, Matt Watkins, Andrew Fitzgerald at 027, all working single file trying to chase down this front pack. And Todd, they've chopped 3 seconds off as we're 53 laps into the event.
Yeah, now they're down to 3.156 seconds. Second pack starting to gain because these guys are jockeying for position. Oh, the number 4 around in the middle of the field there, about 8th position. The number 4 of JT Irizarry around in the middle of the field. Yellow flag's going to fly. First yellow flag of the event here in the NRT 500.
53 laps up on the board under the event's first yellow. Contact on the speedway. The number 4 of JT Irizarry was the first car I seen around on the speedway. Tough to tell from where we are. Trying to recap through what may have happened. Rich will be all over that at the DRTV replay. The 4 car of JT Irizarry was running within the top 10. Was trying to make that move down toward the low side of the speedway. There was contact out there. And I'm sure Rich will have it fired up at the controls here in just a minute. So 54 laps into the NRT 500. 188 is the distance tonight at the Talladega Superspeedway. Here for the NRT 500, we're here live on DRTV. The event's first yellow, 54 laps into the event. A great run this far. Race leader currently being showed as that 5 car of David Day. He found his way through a bold move, found that low line, got his way from 35th starting position up to the race lead. He's followed in tow by the 08 of Chris Robbins. Last year's winner, Josh Metallic, he's currently scored 3rd. Paul Wolf in that 60 car, he's currently showed 4th. And the 095 of John Forgione, that'll round out your top 5, as I think we may see pit stops, Todd, as they come off through turns number 3 and 4. I think pit stops may be the way of the land as we're under the event's first yellow.
Yeah, again, first yellow of the NRT 500. I'm sure some of these guys did not want to see that. David Day looks like he's going to take his number 5 machine down pit road. He's showing he's going down pit road. Same with Chris Robbins. It looks like they're going to all follow suit down to pit road, Phil.
Field has worked its way onto pit road. We'll see if we can't follow some of the comings here of the race leader. Todd, I don't know if you can see what number 5 from you are. David Day has found his pit stall in the 5 car.
Yeah, the number 5 of David Day has found his pit stall. Looks like he's going to do a gas and go in that number 5 machine. He's down and away. No tires for the number 5 of David Day.
Down this end of pit road, Josh Metallic, the 39. He was running 3rd. Gas and go on the 39, and also a gas and go just ahead. That looked like it might have been. That might have been the 196 TV Minson. They're all leaving their way from the pit lane. Looks like gas and goes on this end of pit road.
I'm down here with your pole sitter, the number 17, and Jeff Supa. And number 17, he had left side tires going on his machine. Looks like he's going to get 2 tanks of fuel. He's going to be down and away in that number 17 machine, Phil.
So rounding out this first round of yellow flag pit stops on the event's first yellow, 55 laps into the NRT 500. 3 cars yet to find the pit road. Amongst them lead pack. David Lawson, the 18, currently scored your race leader. Stevie Minson, the 196, Donnie Garrett, the 077, currently scored your top 3 last time by. And Rich, I believe you have the action down there from the control booth of your DRTV replay.
Yeah, most definitely. Let's go ahead and get this prepared for you. As you can see, we got an accident going on here. Look, we're going to keep our eyes on the 4 of GT Irizarry, or Irizarry, sorry about that. We'll watch him as he goes through this procedure and see what exactly happens to his vehicle. Keeping our eyes on the number 4 right there. Not sure if he makes some contact with the 60 or not. Looks like he gets maybe a little contact from the 21. That's going to get him sideways right in front of the pack. Watching up close, let's go ahead and zoom this back out. We can see what else is going on, who else is involved in this issue. Looks like the 21, it looked like, might have also went to the infield. We'll go ahead and stretch this back a little bit further and see if we got any other cars involved, as the 4 is just spinning around the track right in the middle of everybody. Looks like everybody did a pretty good job of woeing up on him except for the guy there. Doesn't look like too much major damage by anybody else, but once again, this is realistic damage, guys, so we're going to have to see if this is going to affect anybody once they get through their pit stops and back out on the track. Back to you guys.
All right, working lap number 55. We'll put 56 up on the board under the yellow flag, the event's first yellow. Here for the NRT 500 live on DRTV. Great to be with you, Phil LeCast, Todd Stanton, Rich Patton, all at the control here this evening. Great to be here for this great event under the first yellow flag of the night. Under yellow still looks like the 18 of David Lawson. I don't think he's yet to find his way to pit road. I'm not sure. We'll have to check back in through on pit road. He's currently scored your race leader 56 laps in. And Todd, been a phenomenal event this far. And whew, we got a long way to go, bud. I can't imagine it's not going to get any more hot and heavy from here.
Oh, I'm sure it's going to get hot and heavy. It's the number 18. I've been keeping my eye on him, Phil. He has not made it down pit road, but he is clutching it trying to save a little bit extra fuel in that number 18 machine. See, strategy is starting to play early on in the going here for the NRT 500. I'm going to keep my eyes on David Lawson to see if he does come down pit road.
So under yellow here, 56 laps into the event. See if we can't get over some of these drivers that are a part of this field. David Lawson is your race leader. Donnie Garrett, that 077. David Day in the 5. Chris Robbins in the 08 and the 39 of defending champion Josh Metallic. He's currently scored 5th. One car out of the event this far into this 56-lap old event, the 101 of Alan Myers, retired there early damage. We're currently scored 31 cars on the lead lap here. A couple cars off the lead lap. Cosman in that 54. We've seen him have some issues coming through that first round of green flag stops. He's currently scored 33rd. 34th position, 2 laps down. We find Jeff Carrillo in that 80. And Cy Jones, the 777, 7 laps in the rear. So problems on that 777 machine tonight. But 33 cars, Todd, still on that lead lap. I believe the race leader, the 18, may be just now coming toward pit road, Todd.
Yeah, the number 18 of David Lawson starting to make his way down to pit road. I believe the 077 of Donnie Garrett's going to come down pit road also. I don't believe he pitted either. The 5 of David Day is going to assume the lead, but I'm watching David Lawson come to the attention of his pit crew. He's got a long way down pit road. David Lawson driving 55 miles an hour. He's coming to the attention of his pit crew. He makes a good, clean stop with that number 18 machine. Right side's going up. Right side tires on the number 18 machine of David Lawson. Looks like they're coming around. I think they're going to go to the left side. Yep, indeed. They're going to jack up the left side, put 4 tires on the 18 machine, full tank of gas, and David Lawson's down and away.
All right, so that was to-be race leader David Lawson, handing over the race lead to the 5 now. The 5 is David Day. David coming from that 35th start position. See if we can't get a quick word with him as like they're on the pace car. David, it's Phil, Richard, Todd in the booth. You have a copy. Try this one more time to get a hold of race leader David Day. David Day, it's Phil, Rich, and Todd in the booth. Do you have a copy, my friend?
I sure do.
David, great run so far out there at the race lead. We're half a lap from the green flag. Give us quick insight here from the cockpit. What it's been like out there coming from 35th position.
Yeah, it's been fun. Like I said, it's definitely going to be a great race. I don't know what the yellow is for. Hopefully not too many people are wrecked out, but it's fun, and hopefully we can continue this and be up here at the end.
All right, the yellow was for the 4 car, the 21 seemed to be get together. The 4 car went around so far, but he looks good. David, good luck the rest of the night. We'll keep an eye on you, and we'll keep an eye for you to stay out of trouble on that NRT punt cam.
Oh, yes, definitely. I'll definitely talk to you guys later.
All right, Mr. Excitement, David Day, number 5, one of the names we've seen quite a bit here frequently, Todd, here on DRTV.
Yeah, David Day and the number 5 machine, your current race leader. We're getting ready to go back to green flag racing here in the NRT 500. When we come to the start-finish line, it's going to be lap 58 of 188, so we got 130 laps to go. David Day, current race leader with Chris Robbins in tow. Josh Metallic, last year's winner in the NRT 400. He is 3rd. Bendoya is 4th in the number 92, and Paul Wolf lines out your top 5.
The pace car has found its way to the pit lane. David Day did the field in hand. Chris Robbins at 08. Josh Metallic, Bedoya, Paul Wolf. That's your top 5. Green flag in the air. We'll begin lap number 58 on the speedway as the field breaks out, getting up to speed through turn number 1. So far, everybody seems to be clean, coming up to speed up through the field. Single file through the top 3. Looks like, Todd, the race may be before us as they work off turn number 2. Kevin England's found his way to the low side. Bedoya seems to be falling back at that 92.
Yeah, Bedoya went to the high side, had no help as Kevin England went down to the bottom to follow suit with the 08 of Chris Robbins as these guys are still getting up to speed around the Talladega Super Speedway. They're entering turn 3, Phil.
Into turn number 3, all single file through the first 5 or 6 spots. Now in that high line, it looks like the 095 John Fergione. He's trying to find his way around that 92 of Bedoya. They'll make that pass. Now the assault for 5th up to the 30 of England. Side by side, Todd, for 5th as they work their way through the tri-oval.
Yeah, it looks like the number 60 machine is going to make another move. He looks like he's going to try to work on the extreme bottom. David Day's leading these 3 cars up front into the middle group. 3 wide racing for 3rd position.
Up high, Fergione, the 095. That is the middle car, the 39 of Josh Metallic. They fan out 3 wide, almost 4 wide down the backstretch. The 095 with a hole shot on the outside. He's going to pick up second, and now he's going to pull alongside our race leader of David Day in the 5. Side by side for the race lead. Put Fergione into the front in that 096 car as they work into 3.
And Fergione takes the lead in that machine, and David Day is going to drop back. It looks like he's almost dropping back to the 4th position in that number 5 machine, Phil.
All the way back to 4th, maybe under assault from that 5th position back there is Paul Wolf in that 060. They're side by side. That's the battle for 4th. They work their way back to turn 1. 60 laps into the event here for the NRT 500. We're chronicling David Day. He was your race leader there on that restart. Has fallen all the way back to the 4th spot with help from that 08 of Chris Robbins. They still in tow. 4 wide on back, Todd to the back straightaway.
Yeah, 4 wide between Robbins, Metallic. You got the number 5 of David Day there momentarily. They were all strung out 4 wide. They're back to 3 wide. 4 wide's a little unsafe here at Talladega Superspeedway, but they managed to pull it off.
Now they did manage to pull that off. Great driving out there as we're still single file up through this front part of the field. Top 5 have broken away. John Fergione, that 096 is your race leader, and as we say that, he gets a challenge now from that 16 of Jason Justice. He's going to pull down low, make that pass to the race lead. Justice and Justice, Jason and Derek, the 16 of the 21. They're 1-2, Todd, as they work through turn 2.
Yeah, look who's in 3rd. The last chance qualifier number 1, Victor, the 04 of Michael Berg. Berg was making some extreme moves up there in the 3rd group, but now Michael Berg sitting in 3rd.
Michael Berg is 3rd. He's going to swing up high on the speedway. He'll pick up David Day, who's going to find room in that high lane. Maybe look to make it 3 wide. Can't find any room there alongside that 61. That's Phil Lodeman in that 61 car, battling within the top 5. Lodeman down low in that red and black 61. David Day in that beautifully repaired number 5. He's in the high lane trying to find room there. Michael Berg in that 04. He'll swing up high. Battle for second, Todd, as they work through off down the front stretch.
Yeah, Michael Berg swung up to the high side. David Day's right there in tow, beating and banging on his rear bumper. David Day's going to try to go down. He's going to shoot the gap through the middle there momentarily. David Day comes down. It looks like he makes contact with the 61. Nice save by the 61 on the apron.
Great save by the 61 car. I can't believe they're able to hold on to that. Hot and heavy action. The top 5 and a spinner. Looks like David Day may be around with help from the 04 of Michael Berg. Hard racing there on the backstretch. We'll have to see if that may throw the event's second caution. Green flag still in the wind here as the field is in turn number 3. 62 laps in the event. The 5 car of David Day was spun around. And Todd, unfortunately for our friend David Day, looks like green flag conditions still remain on the speedway.
Yeah, David Day took a wild ride down through the grass, and the flagger didn't see it necessary to throw the yellow flag, and David Day way off the pace, off the lead pack now in that number 5 machine. Roof flaps did deploy, so it kept him on the ground. I don't think he got much damage on it. He had like a 360 and kept it going.
Yeah, he sure indeed kept it going, so we're going to remain under green flag conditions. Looks to be majorly single file all over the speedway. Looks like this first pack may be about 22 cars, maybe 23 cars long. I see Stevie Minson pulling a pack up there that has Stevie Minson, Gary Piccolo, our pole sitter, Jeff Supka. That's back about 23rd on back, but back toward that front of the field, it's still Jason and Derek Justice, your top 2. John Fergione in that 095. He's currently scored your 3rd spot. He's looking up high, trying to take that race lead, Todd, down through the front straightaway. And back at turn 1, Fergione is alongside Jason Justice in that 16.
Yeah, side by side for the race lead as they go through 1 and 2. Fergione on the top side, the number 16 of Jason Justice on the bottom with help from Derek Justice. But Kevin England trying to push Fergione to the lead in that number 38 machine as they enter the back straightaway.
Josh Metallic up high there, Tim Nofsker, all trying to shove John Fergione in that high lane to the race lead. They'll make that work into turn 3, but here comes that inside line. The Justices down low. Derek and Jason trying to pull back alongside. Still can't make that move up to the race lead as they work their way off turn number 4. This time by, looks like your race leader unofficially will be John Fergione in that 095 as they work through the tri-oval.
Still a battle for that second position right now. The 16 of Jason Justice has it. I believe that is the number 38 of Kevin England. He wants it, but here comes Jason Justice. He got around Kevin England, and now he's going to challenge for the lead once again in that number 16 machine.
Down low in that 16, that beautifully repaired Bud Light entry. working low end of the speedway. He's got help down there from Derek Justice in that 21, the 060 of Paul Wolf, all in that low line. Also see the 38 of Kevin England also down there as well. So side by side, 4, 5, 6 rows deep here. The top pack separated by under 2 seconds is the top 24. So as we work through, we're going to put 66 laps up on the board in this event. Race for the lead is between John Fergione and that 16 of Jason Justice. Right here live on DRTV for the NRT 500. Thank you for being with us here tonight. About 1/3 mark here through this event as we put 66 laps on the board, and through 10 laps in, probably about 10 or 15 laps in, we're probably halfway through, would you think, Todd, to another round of green flag pit stops.
Oh, yeah, we're about halfway through as Jason Justice still continuing to lead the charge on that bottom side. But you got John Fergione in the top side being pushed by England. And it looks like Josh Metallic up there on the top side in that number 39 machine. Them guys are all pushing, but they're side by side. It doesn't look like they're giving any type of give. These guys on the top side and on the bottom side of the speedway, one will pull up front, and then the other one will pull up front. So it seems like it's pretty equal out there right now, Phil.
It sure does, and I'll be right around the speedway. I believe Rich may have a look at the 5-car in DRTV. It's a big wreck on the speedway, and that'll put us under the event's second caution flag.
Cars upside down all over the speedway. Carnage in turn number 1 of the track right now. Believe Rich is going to try to tool up the replay. We see smoking cars down there on the apron. Motors gone. And Carnage, Phil, second yellow of the evening here in the NRT 500. And this time, it's the big one.
It is the big one, 67 laps into the event. We'll get a recap of this replay. But first, I want to throw it down to Rich in our control booth. I think he's got a replay of what might have happened to David Day in the 5-car. But never mind. Thought he might have had it queued up. Does not. Trying to find now this most recent incident here that put us under the event's second yellow flag, rather. Looks like attrition may be the word here, as I see many cars severe damage. I see the 61 of Phil Lodeman, the 20 of Wiley Albritton, of also David Cannon, the 003. Tough to see that. Those guys have all now had to pull out of the event. So under the event's second yellow, we'll see the leaders come to pit road. Current race leader last time by was John Fergione. And that 095 is, the big one, Todd. It's only inevitable when you're this close pack racing. I couldn't believe the solo spin that took David Day out of that lead draft, and could not believe anything more happened there. But the big one, Todd, it was inevitable.
Yeah, these guys are racing real hard there for them positions all the way through 10th through 15th. And I believe that's where it happened. I'm not sure what happened, but the number 5 machine, I bet you David Day wanted to see this yellow flag in the number 5 as he caught back up.
So under yellow here, Rich feverishly at work trying to get to that DRTV replay, trying to give you the best view we possibly can of what may have happened to bring out the event's second yellow flag. 68 laps into the event. Todd, looks like pit stops may be the word of the day, as I see a host of leaders ready to make their way off the pit lane. So hot and heavy here. We'll try to do our best, and I'm going to look down at this end of pit road. Todd, you see anybody maybe hitting their pit stall on that end?
Yeah, Fergione getting ready to come down pit road. He leads the charge down the pit road in that 095 machine. He's getting ready to come to the attention of his pit crew. Looks like he's going to get a good stop here. He's going to stop right in his pit box. Crews are going to work on the number 095 machine. Looks like he's going to get just fuel only, and he's down and away.
Fuel only also back here on the 39 of Josh Metallic. Fuel only on many drivers down here as they exit out the pit lane hot and heavy through this town of pit stops. Rich, I'm going to throw it to you. I think you have our DRTV replay. It's the big one.
Yeah, most definitely. We're trying to keep our eyes on the camera here. We're watching the 3 and the 20. It looks like the helicopter view is going to give us probably our best view. As you get there, you can see the 3 just kind of grabs the 20's tail. That's going to change things up for him, heading towards the wall, and it's not a pretty sight after that. we'll go ahead and run this out from the distance view so everybody can get a good idea what's going on. But basically, this started with the 3 and the 20. Looks like the 20 went airborne up against the wall. He's probably going to end his night. A couple of cars here has got quite a bit of damage, it looks like. There you can see another one. What's that? The 51's rolling. So a lot of damage, guys. A lot of cars, I think, are going to fall out of the race because of this event. Back to you guys.
No, attrition has definitely taken its toll on this event. Tough to see names putting out of the event. I see the 20 of Wiley Albritton, the 003 David Cannon, the 61 of Phil Lodeman, the 121 of Steve Loney, all names that have retired due to carnage from this big yellow. Also, the 55 of Scott Schroyer has pulled his car back behind the wall and was going to try to get over Scott before that yellow to see what might have happened. But under the event's second yellow, 69 laps will put 70 on the board as the field is working off turn number 4, cycling through another round of pit stops. 30 cars now left, 29 cars rather, on the racetrack, making up what's left of the field for this NRT 500 live here on DRTV. Thank you for joining us here tonight. A great field of cars on hand and crazy near the front. We'll see if we can't get a recap here of the race lead. And Todd, I saw on your end of pit road a lot of gas and goes, and I think on my end I saw a lot of gas and go. So tire wear must be great down there.
Yeah, there's not much tire wear as it is 1X pit stops, 1X pit frequency, and most generally at the super speedways, Goodyear puts out a good tire package, and you don't get a lot of wear on these tires, and the setup's real good. It runs a lot of R's, and the setup is fantastic, to say the least.
Looks to be great setups down there tonight. Working away around the speedway. Looks like Jason Justice is your race leader in that 16. Derek Justice in that 21 car currently scored your second position. John Fergione in that 95 third. Tim Nofsker, that 088, currently fourth. And Josh Metallic, he's going to run at your top 5. Defending race winner, the NRT 400 last year, was run at the Michigan Speedway. He's your defending champion of the event, currently scored 5th, 70 laps into the event.
Currently 6th is the 060, that's Paul Wolf. Rick Moon in the double knot 7, he's 7th, so 7 and 7. Get the number 048 of Clef Dowsett in 048, he is 8th. Nick Shabuti in the number 94, he is 9th. 10th is Bendoya in the number 92 machine. Bendoya was one of the alternates to make it in the field there this evening. Good to see an alternate having a good run in 10th position right now.
No, absolutely right. One of the great feel-good stories we've seen here this week. We've seen alternates like Michael Berg the other night was an alternate getting into last chance race number 1. Was on the outside looking in. Somebody who was locked into a spot did not arrive for the event. He was given the last alternate position into that last chance qualifying race number 1. Had the break into the top 3, and Michael Berg put that 04 into victory lane. It's feel-good stories like that. The same deal with Marcio Bedoya tonight in that 92. He was an alternate tonight. Somebody locked into the field was unable to make it, and so we'll have to keep an eye on that 92 car. He's had a great run in the top 10 the rest of the night. And Rich, I believe you got more down in the control room.
Yeah, most definitely. We're going back through the garage areas and getting some information. I got a report on the drivers that are out for our fans watching the show. It's going to end up 30th position. The number 20, Wiley Albritton, he's going to be out of the event. David Cannon and the 003 is going to be out. Phil Lodeman also out. Steve Looney out. Scott Schroyer out. Cy Jones is still running currently at 35th. Got quite a few laps down still on the track. And also the 101 Alan Myers is out. That pretty much takes out quite a few cars, guys.
Yeah, 29 cars left on the speedway. 28 scored on the lead lap. I'm showing Jeff Curvello in that number 80. Scored 1 lap now, as he is going to be scored the lucky dog. So that'll put all 29 cars on the speedway back on the lead lap. As lights are out on the pace car is in turn number 2, so we'll get back under the green flag conditions. 71 laps in, 188 laps make up the distance tonight of this NRT 500. So Todd, we look back through the field up and down, a lot of fast cars up amongst that top 6 or 7, but we look further back through names in the top 20. Cosman, that 54, David Day, Chris Robbins, Matt Watkins back there, Stevie Minson, Jeff Krupsa. I mean, all those guys back there, fast vehicles. We'll have to keep an eye on them as they work back from the 20th position on back.
Yeah, all them guys, Phil, were up towards the front in early stages of the race. Even David Day was up front there before his solo spin there down through the grass. But Stevie Minson was our leader. David Day was the leader. Chris Robbins was running second and pushing a lot of these guys. Krupa was a pole sitter, and he led a couple laps before he fell back. So a lot of these guys, I think, are laying and waiting, going to the back and hoping another big one don't come out. But I think that's part of their strategy, is to stay in the back, and if a big one comes out, then they have more time to react to what's going on in the track.
Well, still 29 cars left on the speedway, so anything can happen. Not quite halfway, 71 laps in, 188 laps to distance here tonight for the NRT 500 live on DRTV. Pace car has found its way off the triable. Well, we got a minute. I want to shout out to them guys watching on the YouTube chat box. Feel free to chime in, say hello, see what's going on. I want to give a quick shout out to the guys out in that watch room here at RTG, and also a couple of guys over at the TDR server give us a shout out here tonight. Thanks, guys, for supporting what we're doing here and watching the event as we're about to go back to green. Green flags in the air, and Todd the field headed back toward turn 1.
Jason Justice and Derek Justice gets a good start. The 095 of John Fergoni is sitting third right now. He didn't get as good a start as the Justice guys did up front, but Fergoni is going to be able to come back and pull right back to their rear bumper. These guys still getting up to speed coming down the back straightaway.
New name about to work his way into my top 5 is the 007 of Rick Moon. He's underneath that 39, and Josh Patalik was about to put Tim Nofsker in the rears on 088. Could not find the momentum as the field works its way back to turn number 3. Battle Todd for the race lead. Jason Justice out front.
Fergoni starting to get that top side moving in that 095 machine. The Justice brothers are down on the bottom side right now. It looks like they don't have as much help as the guys do on the top side. Fergoni's going to lead this lap this time by.
Vergioni on that 095 looks like he's going to be scored the race lead from that help with that 088 of Tim Nofsker. He's also got Josh Metallic up high as well. Looks like it may be the 048 of Cleft Alsha. He's up there. He's running in the 7th position as they're hot and heavy side by side down the back straightaway. Nobody can find an inch for that race lead side by side on back. And now that 048 of Dowsett, he looks it to make 3 wide down the back straightaway.
Dowsett trying to get that third groove working in that 048 machine, but it's not going to prevail as he's going to fall back in that 048 machine. Nobody helping him way up top.
Not quite anybody there. Falls back in line. He'll fall in front of that 92 car of Bedoya. Still side by side for that 7th and 8th position. Still side by side for that racing at the front. Nobody can seem to get an advantage. It's Vergioni up high. It's Jason Justice down low. Give Jason Justice your official race leader as they put lap number 74 up on the board.
Yeah, they're side by side, Phil. It's probably about 7 rows deep right now as they come down the back straightaway. Looks like the low groove has some momentum on the bottom side coming off down the back straightaway, but then Fergoni gets one whale of a run on the top side in that 095 machine as he's got a pretty good pusher right behind him.
Indeed, does have great help. Both lines can't seem to break away from the other as they work through turns number 3 and 4 for the race lead. Looking back through the field, lead draft 25 cars deep back, being tailing Charlie, the 027 of Andrew Fitzgerald. He's currently 25th. He's the last car in line on this lead pack. A second pack of cars has fallen off of this lead pack. It's got guys like Jeff Carvello in the 80, the 103 of Carson Krenz, the pole sitter, the 17, Jeff Zupka, the 08, Chris Robbins is back there as well. So, actually, 28 car of 28th visit, Chris Robbins, he has pulled his car back behind the wall. We'll see if we can't get a word with him here in a minute. But one of the fast guys is out of the event. So, Todd, tough break for Chris Robbins on 08.
Yeah, he might have been involved in that wreck as he did fall back. Might have got involved in that wreck, and that 08 machine is a tough break. As right now it looks like the bottom side is prevailing with the Derek Justice and Jason Justice on the bottom, and it's flipped them around. It's Jason Justice and Derek Justice on the bottom. And the cars look pretty similar to me right now, but the 060 of Paul Wolf on the bottom helping out, and so is the 07 of Rick Moon. Rick Moon now peeking his way inside the top 5. Now he's 4th.
Yeah, Rick Moon having a great run. Started deep in the field this evening. Currently shown up in that 4th position. We are 76 laps in, getting almost toward the halfway point. About 40% through this NRT 500 here live on DRTV. The race is in the back straightaway, led by the Justice brothers, Jason and Derek. Paul Wolf in that 60 car running 3rd. Rick Moon, the double knot 7. John Fergioni has fallen back to the clutches of the 5th position. They're side by side for that 5th spot. 5th on through about 25th They're working about 10 rows deep, Todd, as they work their way through the tribal.
Yeah, they're side by side. It looks like it's Fujiani's going to fall back a little bit more. The number 38 is now coming down to the bottom side as they're starting to file a single file groove on the bottom side of the speedway as they are side by side way deep in the field now. These guys starting to thin out and starting to run single file around the bottom side of the speedway, Phil.
Yeah, and I seen a big move from that high lane to the low lane. Looking back about 13th on back, I find Bedoya there. He pulled out of the high lane. He went down low. Can't seem to find a tail end of that draft. And now he's falling out of the clutches of that 12 car of Christopher Thompson up high. We've seen Christopher Thompson have a great run in last chance qualifying race number 2. He's currently being scored the 14th position as that field working side by side for about 6th on back as they work their way through the tribal.
Starting to look through the field, looking at the 04 of Michael Berg right now. He's starting to make his way back up through the field. So isn't a couple of the other drivers. They're side by side there, Michael Berg, and look at that. It's the Nature Boy, the 077 Lawson. He's on the top side, starting to make things work.
077 is Donnie Garrett, the Nature Boy. Currently comes up from deep in the field. Now is currently scored in that 9th position, right amongst that lead pack. Is they're still double wide for the race lead. Still towed by Jason Justice in that 16, Derek Justice 21. Nobody seems to be making any way on them two. The race is for 3rd on back between Paul Wolf, Rick Moon, Nick Chibuti, and Kevin England. That makes up your top 6 as it's hot and heavy through the front of the pack. We're going to put lap 79 up on the board. As we're going to work on here, we're going to pick out somebody for a DRTV driver spotlight. Rich, I'm going to throw it down to you. Donnie Garrett.
Yeah, we're keeping our eyes on Donnie Garrett in the 077. He's out of Stephens City, Virginia. He's running in the perimeter pest control car for ECT tonight. Currently started 19th, his highest position is 2nd. Lowest position is 32nd, currently riding in 5th place, guys.
No, Donnie Garrett having a great run. Up through this field was about 27th last time I checked in on him, so great to see him now charging amongst the ranks of the top 5. Another guy I give a shout out to, currently scored 6th last time by, is Nick Chibuti in that number 94 car. Nick's having a great run out there tonight. Nick was one of the guys who, in the party room the other night, was one of the innovator conversation. Him, David Day, and a few others were the inspiration behind this NRT punt cam we have here tonight, and one of the great features we have here near to DRTV, and I know we're very excited to have it around, and hopefully we won't see too much more action the rest of the night, but of course that'll be there, Todd, if need be.
As we are looking right now, Paul Wolf is making a move to the high side with the 077 of Garrett. He is right there in tow. Paul Wolf pulls up alongside of the 07.
Rich, I believe, is ready with our next DRTV driver spotlight. We're going to do Paul Wolf.
Yeah, we're checking out the 060 Paul Wolf, currently residing in Conway, Arkansas. He's running for the Coleman Race for the Cure. Running for Blazing Pedals, currently started 17th. Highest position today is 3rd. Lowest position is 17th. He's currently riding in 4th place, guys.
And a great run for Paul Wolf, that 060 car. He was one of our qualifying race winners, qualifying race number 6, to find his way into the NRT 500 here. That was run on Tuesday evening, so a few nights ago. A lot of qualifying into the event. Field is working its way off turn number 4, about to put that 17 car pole sitter, Jeff Zuka. He's about to lose that lead lap. The draft down low. They'll work too wide back past that 17 car. So Todd, as we work through lap number 81, 27 cars now will be shown on the lead lap.
And it looks pretty good as right now it looks like we are battling for the 5th position with Wolf and England. As we are still looking and they're jockeying for position, the number 38 is sitting in 5th right now, Kevin England, with Paul Wolf sitting 6th. Here comes Donnie Garrett on the outside, the Nature Boy in the 077.
Rich, I'm going to throw with you in race control. I think you have an update from the chat box.
Yeah, we're out here watching the chat box. There's a lot of guys rooting for their drivers out here. Tough break on some of the drivers. A couple of the drivers that are already out have joined the party room. They're viewing the race with the rest of the guys that didn't make the race tonight. A lot of guys out here still got drivers in this event. So I'm going to keep the eyes on the chat box. If you guys want to start getting your information put out, questions out to your drivers, or got questions for our crew, get them posted. I'll get to them as soon as we can. And hopefully Charlotte will be back for another YouTube chat box update. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Rich. And all you guys watching tonight here on DRTV, absolutely keep us enthused, keep us entertained. Get your word out there. Give us something to talk about. We love interacting with you, and I want to thank each and every one of you there in the party room watching all over tonight on YouTube or wherever else you find us here on DRTV. We welcome you here tonight, the NRT 500, a great event out here in the NASCAR 2003 community. We'd like to thank Dave and all his work at NRT for all the work he does for this event, and Terry Bauman for creating this event and overseeing this great foundation we have here for the NRT 500. We are 84 laps into this race as the field is working its way off of turn number 2 in the backstretch, Todd. Field is led by Jason and Derek Justice. They've been near the front now for the duration of this last little run. The field is side by side for about fourth on back, Todd, as they work their way into turn number 3.
Yeah, Shabuti right now on the bottom side in that number 94 machine. He's under fire by the 077 of Garrett, the Nature Boy. They're side by side for that fourth position. He's starting to lead the charge on the top side. You're starting to see some of these cars move to the top side of the speedway, starting to make some way. And sure, they're getting a little antsy trying to get up towards the front. They want to get their time in the spotlight up front.
They absolutely do. I'm looking back here, guys just riding through on this bottom lane, peeking through, maybe thinking 3 wide. I see guys like the 140 of Daniel Guzman, the 18 of David Lawson, Cosman back there in the 54. They're all running about from 15th, 16th, 17th on back. They're riding down that low line. They keep trying to think about making it through 3 wide. Nobody seems to be wanting any of that, so still 2 wide all around the speedway as they work their way. 85 laps into the event. Field of Todd is off of turn number 4.
Yeah, Shabuti slips up the track there momentarily. He's going to slam the door on the number 38 of England. He's going to try to maintain on that bottom side of the speedway. It looked like momentarily he's going to peek up to the high side and try to help out the 077 machine.
Field is in number 3 and 4, led by the Justice Brothers, Jason and Derek. Rick Moon in the 007, currently 3rd. Nick Chabuti. Kevin England work your top 5, 6 through 10 in the backstretch. Johnny Garrett, Paul Wolf, John Fergione, Tim Nofsker, Michael Berg. He makes up the top 10, 11 through 15. We find Josh Metallic, Les Case, Christopher Thompson, David Day, and Cleft Alsett. That's your top 15. Looking 16th on back. 16th is Daniel Guzman. 17th, David Lossman. Cosman is 18th. Jim Somge is 19th. Stevie Minson, he's currently 20th, but it's an early race leader in that 196. That's your top 20. And that's pretty much your lead pack as the field has worked through down past start finish, Todd. 87 laps up on the board. Still all double file, about 4th on back as they work through turns number 1 and 2.
Yeah, it seems like that top side, Phil, is kind of stalled there in the 5th position, and they're just fighting side by side. These guys are running on the bottom side of the track. These guys are real tight. Looks like they're just trying to ride it out here at the Talladega Super Speedway. You know, that's part of the ordeal. Try to make it to green flag pit stops and spread the field out more. Then you can plan a little bit of strategy, Phil. When you get the field separated, your strategy is a little easier to plan.
Oh, it absolutely is. With this part in the event, you know, in a big pack like this, you've got to ride in line. You need to bide your time. You've got to make it to the end, not quite halfway through this event. So these guys at the front of the field, Jason and Derek Justice, they're just the Pied Pipers pulling these field around the speedway. 2 wide all around the speedway. We look up high. Donnie Garrett in that 77. He's the first car up in that high line. He's running about 4th or 5th on back. He's alongside the 38 of Kevin England. So that's the race for 4th, but them top 4, no pressure from there. The Justices, Rick Moon, Nick Chabuti, all running in that top 4. So the field now working its way side by side. 4th on back. The lead pack, Todd, as they look, the interval 1.3 seconds in the race lead, all the way back to 22nd place. That'd be Matt Watkins.
Another interesting thing, Phil, you've ran many times on the super speedways, and I have too. Tell us a little bit about what happens on the bottom group. When you got a bunch of guys in line, what's happening with these cars?
Well, depending on where you're at, if you're near the front of the race lead, you're going to be down on the floor all the way around. You're just going to hold it there, turn left, and hold that bottom line. But if you're about 4th, 5th, 6th on back, you have to react to them cars in front of you. You may get a really good draft and suck right up on that guy in front of you. You almost have to trail brake. Just drag that brake pedal a little bit. Hope to not break your momentum because you need to be able to react fast. But sometimes when that happens, if you're that guy 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, even back toward 10th and back like this pack is, you really need to be on your toes if somebody checks up because that could really start a big one here real quick.
Yeah, you're starting to see Donnie Garrett in the 077 and 4G in the 095. They're starting to drift back. They were battling for 5th. Now they're sliding back to 6th. They're running on that top side of the speedway, but it looks like that bottom group has got their act together, and they're just trying to pull away, Phil.
Bottom line is trying to run off and hide. Top 4 have broken out. Donnie Garrett, the first car up high. He's currently scored last time by in that 7th position. Top 6 have broken out. Looking up ahead, we see some lap traffic. The 80 car of Jeff Gravillo, the 103 of Carson Krins. They're about to fall 1 lap down to the rears. That'll put 25 cars on the lead lap here. 90 circuits into the NRT 500. We're about 4 laps short of halfway as the field is working off turn 4, still led by Jason Justice.
Yeah, Jason Justice and Derek Justice right now in this little session of run, they have led this whole field since the last yellow flag, the 077, the double knot 7 of Rick Moon is 3rd right now, just following suit, following in them tire tracks. I think these guys are starting to figure out who they're going to work together with. But you see Donnie Garrett upside on the top side of the speedway. They're still trying to get that top side to work, Phil. And
Rich will throw it to you down in the control booth. I believe you have a DRTV spotlight. It's the double knot 7 of Rick Moon.
Yeah, most definitely. Rick Moon riding in the 007. He's out of Linden, Kansas, I think that is. Sorry, I usually write this stuff up. He's currently running in a Harley Davidson car tonight, and he's racing for MNT. Started out 9th position. Highest position tonight is 3rd. Lowest position is 33rd. He's currently running in 3rd. Back to you guys.
Rick Moon there, the double knot 7, highest position 3rd. That's the highest he's been all night. He's currently there now. Riding in tow behind them race leaders is Jason and Derek Justice. 92 laps in the event, 2 laps shy of halfway. Todd, my math is correct. I think we're about 30-plus laps since that last round of caution. So probably about another 3 or 4 laps till we probably see the next round of green flag pit stops. 2 laps from halfway. The race is for 3rd. Through the west end of the speedway off turns number 3 and 4. Donnie Garrett trying to find his way around. Still can't make nothing better of it. He'll pull back alongside that 38. That's Kevin England. Nick Shabuti just ahead of that 94. He's currently 4th. Field is still single file for first, second, and 3rd. 4th on back is still double file on back. Lead pack now 22 cars back to Matt Watkins in that 13. He's 1 second off the pace. 22 cars, 1 second apart, Todd. Anything can happen from here.
looks like the Nature Boy is drifting up high down the back straightaway. He's going to lose a little bit of momentum. Looks like he got a little close. Looks like he got a little close to the bottom side of the line on the bottom groove.
Did get loose in that bottom groove. Able to collect that back up. Everybody's still all nice and clean. 1 lap shy of halfway. We'll put 94 laps up on the board, so halfway marker this time home. I'm going to throw it down to Rich, who's got a halfway update. Oh, caution flags on the speedway. Caution is out on the speedway. Something happening on the racetrack. Not sure where that might have been. I'll have to take a look around the speedway. Looks like something may have happened right around at the flag stand, so the yellow flag is in the wind. Halfway home, 94 laps of this 188-lap event here on DRTV for the NRT 500. Jason Justice, Derek Justice, showing your race leader, Todd. And can't imagine you're halfway. Come home here, go down pit road. You need 4 tires here, I would think. I don't think anybody here can go without 4 tires halfway through. What do you think?
I think they can make it one more pit stop without tires, and it's going to play into strategy. I think you're going to see guys take at least 2 tires this time with Jason Justice and Derek Justice. You may see some of the guys, though, in the tail end of the field take no tires and try to make up some ground on these guys that have been running up front all night.
Rich, we'll throw it down to you in the control room. It's all yours.
Yeah, guys, we're still working on the caution replay. We'll get that back up here in the race fans for a moment, but I want to give a big shout-out to your halfway race leader, Jason Justice, in the 16. Jason Justice is going to be receiving a plaque from Sam Young at FSB, so congratulations goes out to number 16 to Jason Justice for being our halfway leader tonight. Back to you guys.
All right, Jason Justice, he's been very strong. Them Justice Brothers been up near the front all night long, finding their way back at the front here, halfway through under the event's third yellow flag. Rich will try to find where the caution may have originated from. So third yellow in, 95 laps up on the board. The Justices, Jason and Derek, they're your top two. Rick Boone, the double knot seven, he's going to run third. Nick Shabuti, you run fourth, and Kevin England around at the top 5. 6 through 10 as they work under the yellow. Donnie Garrett, Paul Wolf, John Fergione, Tim Nofsker, Michael Berg. That's the top 10. So we'll watch field rolling through turns number 3 and 4. And Todd, looks like pit road may become busy, but first to Rich, the RTV up replay.
Yeah, I'm down here. Let me get this switched over for you guys. Sorry about that. We're keeping our eyes on 5, the 140, and the 96. It looks like there's a little bit of apron dancing going on. As you can see, we get this playing forward a little bit. The 5 is going to go down on the apron. He saves it. The 140 goes down on the apron. Looks like he's going to save it. And then all of a sudden the 96 just gets loose. The 18 probably checks up right behind him, and that sends him spinning. Doesn't look like anybody got any major damage, but it was enough to happen there on the front stretch. Pull out the caution. I think if everybody replaces them flat spotted tires, I think they'll be all right tonight, guys. Back to you.
Was down on pit road watching the number 16, the Bud Light Mustang of Jason Justice, get service by his pit crew. He got right side tires and a full tank of fuel in that 16 machine. He was down and away. It looks like he's going to assume the lead coming off of pit road in that number 16 machine.
So working around under the yellow flag here, just past the halfway mark in the event. We'll recap the field here after pit stops. But first of all, we want to get a word with a couple of guys down there to keep you guys abreast on the action. We're going to see if we can't get a word with Rick Moon in that double knot 7. He's having a great run out there tonight. Been among the top 5. Rick Moon, it's Phil, Rich, and Todd up in the booth. Do you have a copy?
Yeah, I do.
Rick Moon, the double knot 7, having a great run out there tonight. Up amongst the top 5. What's it been like out there behind the wheel through the first half of this event?
It's been pretty easy going so far. I've been just kind of riding on the bottom, being patient, and just kind of work my way up there by other people getting out of line.
Yeah, 10-4 to that. We're halfway through the event. You know, still 90-some-odd laps to go. What will be your strategy here from here on out?
Well, I'll probably ride until last 25, and then I'll just go for it.
No, absolutely correct there. Well, we got a minute here up in the booth under this yellow flag, the third of the event here on DRTV. Is there anybody you'd like to say hi to, shout out to, thank you for getting here tonight?
Yeah, I want to say hey to my girlfriend Peggy, and thanks for letting me do this. And I definitely want to put out a big thanks to RTG and NRT and you all too up there putting this show on DRTV. I really appreciate all the hard work you guys have done. And we're having a good time.
No, we're having a great time. Very honored to be part of this event. Rick Moon, double knot 7. Rick, good luck the rest of the night, and we hope to be catching up here a little later on.
Alrighty, hopefully I'll be talking to you at the end of the show.
We'll hope so too. That's Rick Moon, the double knot 7. Todd having a great run. Started deep in this field tonight and worked his way back into that top 5.
Yeah, Rick Moon has had a good run. I want to give a shout out to these YouTube users in the chat box and tell them to pick somebody that's going to win. I'm not going to pick tonight. Phil's not going to pick tonight. But I want you guys, even who you're rooting for, I want that chat box to be busy. Just like Phil did last night, I want to see the chat box busy. Make Rich's eyes spin.
Absolutely. Make Rich's eyes spin. Keep us involved. I know some of you guys have been sending us a message. And Rich, I'm going to throw it down to you in the booth. You have a DRTV driver spotlight. It's the 94 about Nick Shabuti.
Yeah, most definitely. Nick's coming out of Akron, Ohio, currently in the 94. He's running for Circle K as a sponsor tonight. He's also coming out of Blazing Pedals. He started out in 22nd tonight. His current highest position is first. Lowest is 27th. He's currently riding in 6th place, guys.
Watching the 196 of Stevie Minson up front. Right now, I believe he hasn't took a pit stop. Stevie Minson, if you watched over the last couple of yellow flags, he stayed out and tried to save an extra ounce or an extra gallon of fuel in that 196 machine. This is playing into his strategy. It looks like he may go down pit road in that 196 machine.
Stevie Minson, one of them guys who was very fast all night long, was a race leader early on the first 50 laps of the event. Saw that car lead most of these laps. So 97 laps in, we'll put 98 up on the board this time by. We're looking to see if lights may go out on the pace car. So it's about to pick up. We got one more half the race to go. 98 laps will be up on the board, so that'll put 90 laps to go. So Todd, I think business may be about to pick up here. Is still got a lot left to decide here in this event. Started report for 22 car Gary Piccolo. He's pulled that car behind the wall and retired from the event. So it looks like we're going to have probably 27 cars left on the speedway. So a tough break for Gary Piccolo, one of them tough contenders. Always a strong vehicle, and it's tough to see him out of the event here just halfway through.
Yeah, attrition starting to hit the NRT 500. Motors expiring, damage being too much, and a lot of these pit crews pulling them behind the wall, and they're retiring from the event. It's a tough break for a lot of these guys. I know it's been an emotional week. It's been an up and down roller coaster for a lot of these guys. A lot of them that had to go to LCQ qualifiers, had to go through the regular qualifiers, but especially for the guys that went through the LCQ qualifiers, they had to go through 2 races.
Rich, I'm going to throw it to you. I believe you have another DRTV driver spotlight.
Yeah, most definitely. We're going to talk about our race leader, the number 16 of Jason Justice. He's coming out of Lexington, Kentucky, currently riding in the Bud Light sponsored car. He also is racing for Blazing Pedals, also known as BP in our parentheses here. Started tonight in 2nd, currently your first place leader. Lowest spot he's been in tonight is 28th. He's currently once again your race leader, followed closely by his brother. Back to you guys.
All right, the Justice brothers still at that front of the field. Seen through this middle portion of the race, they've absolutely dominated here, but the top of the field, they run 1-2. Jason and Derek in that 16 and a 21. Rick Moon currently rides third in that double knot 7. Nick Jabuti in that 94 car. Paul Wolf in the 60. They'll be your top 5 as the pace car works its way onto pit road. 6 through 10 real quick. Tim Knopsker, the Nature Boy Donnie Garrett, John Fergione in that 95. The 04 Michael Berg, Kevin England, that 38 car. That's going to be your top 10, Todd. Field is working its way through turn number 4 and on the trial. We're about to go green flag.
Yeah, Flagger does have that green flag in hand, just waiting for him to throw it. Jason Justice leading him down through the tribal. Green flags in the air. Jason Justice puts the hammer down in that number 16 Bud Light Mustang. The 21 of Derek Justice following suit. These guys getting up to speed going into corner number 1.
Probably takes about a lap and a half to get these things up to full song as they work their way through turns number 3 and 4. All shifting up here and going into 4th gear as they work into the corner. All still single file for about 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th on back. Everybody up to speed. First one side by side. I'm seeing John Fergione at 95. He's falling through the pressure. That's Christopher Thompson in that 12 car. That's for about 8th and 9th as they're side by side working toward turn 3.
You're watching 8th and 9th. Right now I'm watching Paul Wolf in the 060. He moved to the top side. He's trying to get around the number 94 of Nick Shabuti. They are side by side coming down the front straightaway. They're going into the tribal. Looks like the high groove is starting to make some way. But as I say that, they're dropping back. It looks like some of the guys are starting to drop back down to the bottom.
Tim Knopsker there pushing Paul Wolf up in that high lane. That's for the 4th position as they work through turns number 1 and 2. Nick Jabuti in that 94 car has moved his way up into that 4th position there. Rick Moon still up there as well, but still led by Jason and Derek Justice. The field strings out 2, almost 3 wide down the back straightaway. The race still maintained for that 4th position. It's Shabuti down low and Wolf up high in that 60 car, side by side, Todd, into turn 3.
Yeah, Wolf pulls ahead of Shabuti there. Now he's making Rick Moon under fire there on the top side of the speedway. Like you said, the 088 of Tim Knopsker, he's giving him one well of a push down the front straightaway.
And he's got help up there also from that 012 of Christopher Thompson. He's up there shoving them guys in the high lane, the top three there, working their way about for the 5th, 6th, 7th in positions. They work through to the past the start finish line. 101 up on the board. It is Jason Justice as your race leader. Derek Justice is second. The race for third is off turn 2. It's Rick Moon and it's Paul Shabuti up there in the 4th spot.
Yeah, Shabuti is in the 4th spot. Looks like the momentum on the top side for the 060 momentarily stalled, but he's coming back on the high side. He's trying to get around Rick Moon, and these guys are trying to break up this tandem of Jason Justice and Derek Justice. I know these guys want to break them up because it'll be a little bit easier to pass them when you get them broken up.
Now, the Oscar back there at 88, he just gave Wolf there a shot in that 060 off of turn 4. They're going to pull alongside Rick Moon in that double knot 7, and now they're going to turn their attention to the Justices up front. Looks like Moon's going to get along, or Wolf rather is going to get alongside of Derek Justice with 21. They're going to be side by side off of turn number 2. Jason Justice breaks that drop, pulling up high. He'll pull back down. Looks like we're going to have a fire for the race lead, Todd, as they work down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Paul Wolf got some momentum on the top side of the speedway. He's going to pull alongside of Jason Justice. He's going to pull now in front of him. He's got a whale of a push from Tim Nosker in that 088 machine as they go into 3 and 4.
Big
Paul
push
Wolf
up
is going to
there.
be your current race leader.
Yeah, big push in that high lane. Christopher Thompson's up there. I'm finding Fergione back there in that 95. They're the 4 cars up high, leading that charge around the Justice down low. They're going to fight back on that 16 and 21. They're still side by side for second, but as we put lap 103 up on the board, your race leader is Paul Wolf with that number 060.
Paul Wolf leaves the top side high and dry. The 088 of Tim Nosker was pushing the 060 of Paul Wolf. Paul Wolf now pulls down in front of the Justice brothers. Justice right now trying to peek to the inside of Paul Wolf. Wolf is playing the high-low switch, going to the top and down to the bottom. He's pulling the snake.
Pulling the snake down the back straightaway. Battle for that second and third spot is worked its way into turn number 3. Paul Wolf still out front. The race is no doubt for second. It's Nosker in that 088. Jason Justice in that Bud Light number 16. They're still side by side working off through the tri-oval. 104 going to go up on the board this time by
Nosker in the 088 machine there momentarily pulled up next to the number 16 of Jason Justice as they were side by side. I believe I'm going to throw it down to Rich, who's got a spotlight for us once again.
Yeah, guys, just checking through some more data. We're looking at the 012 of Christopher Thompson. He's based out of Melbourne, Florida. Is running the Detroit Diesel race car tonight. Also running for RTG, Rolling Thunder Gaming. Currently started tonight in 33rd place. Highest position he's been in tonight so far is 5th. Lowest is 35th, of course, and he is currently riding in 5th place. Back to you guys.
Yeah, up in 5th place, up in the high lane, trying to make that shove up to the race lead. It is Paul Wolf, that 060 that was scored the lead as last time by. We'll come by, we'll put 105 up on the board. We'll try to get a recycle hit at the front of the line. It is Paul Wolf is at the lead here. Jason Justice currently running second on that 16. Derek Justice at 21. Rick Moon, Tim Nosker in the 88. That's your current top 5. We'll go 6 through 10. Christopher Thompson, Nick Chabuti, John Fergione, Michael Berg, and Martasio Bedoya in the 92. Currently in your top 10, as we're sorry to report, the 38 of Kevin England has unfortunately had to retire that car. Some mechanical failure there. We'll see if we can't figure out how that is. And also retired from the event. Earlier on, we saw the 4 car. That's GT Irizarry. He's going to also pull behind the wall. So, Todd, Rich, we're 105 laps in. We're going to have 24 cars left on the speedway.
Yeah, most definitely. We're going through them slowly and surely. This is a long event. There's a lot of toll on these cars. It's a lot of toll on these drivers. Most leagues that run these races, they're nowhere near 100% races like we're seeing here tonight. And, you know, this is the Super Bowl of the NR 2003 community. And everybody that knows anything about NRT race servers and NASCAR 2003 knows about this event. And, you know, just to get into it's a big thing. Just to finish, it's another. Back to you guys.
Well, it's definitely not a sprint race tonight. We're in for the duration. Live flag-to-flag coverage here on DRTV. We welcome you aboard. Phil LaCasse, Todd Stanton, Rich Patton up in the booth here tonight. 106 will put 107 laps up on the board. Thank you for watching us live tonight here on DRTV. And, of course, you want the best of sim racing TV. You do have it right here on DRTV. We're thrilled to be a part of this great event here tonight for Rolling Thunder Gaming. Everybody over here, Terry Bauman, David Cannon, Sean Prime, everybody here at RTG. They've been an absolute class act to work with all week long. There's been qualifying, 6 qualifying races, 2 last chance qualifiers set this 36 car field that took the green flag here this evening, and as we're past the halfway point, getting toward the last third part of this event, we look up front, Todd. It's Paul Wolf with that 60 car. He's pulling that train, led by the Justice brothers, Jason and Derek. So far, it's been a great race, and still so much more to come. Looks like the battle, Todd, the high lane is really pulling alongside. That's about 4th on back as they work through the tri-oval.
Then Nick Shabuti in that number 94 machine, he was down on the bottom. He decided to move up top. He's got another push from Tim Nosker. Nosker's known for pushing in that 088 machine. He is really pounding on the rear bumper of that 94 of Nick Shabuti. And Shabuti starting to pull up alongside the Justice brothers, and he's going to get up alongside of Jason Justice. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to pull up to Paul Wolf quite yet, but I know they got all kinds of momentum. It looks like contact made there. Somebody's going to jump out of line. It looked like the number 21 of Derek Justice, maybe a bump draft on the bottom side. That's a little bit of that checking up that we were talking about earlier on in the going.
Yeah, that definite big check up there. Somebody just gets that big run, has to lift out of it. The car behind can't adjust quite so soon, but as they work through tri-oval, new race leader as we come back to line. It's going to be that 94 car of Nick Shabuti. He's going to find the race lead with a lot of help from that 88 of Tim Nosker as they come by the lead. 109 laps on the board, Todd, as the field is in turn 1.
Yeah, Tim Nosker in that 088 must be feeling a little bit left out. Is when he pushes these guys to the lead, they drop to the bottom and just leave him all by himself. He does have help up there, but they're leaving him by himself on the top side of the speedway, but he's battling back. He's going to try to take over the lead from Nick Shabuti. He's going to do so down the back straightaway. He's got pushed from the 012 of Chris Thompson.
Thompson there, a great push, pushing that 088 out into the race lead. We'll see if he can't make that official lead change as they work off turn number 4 off the west end of the speedway. Nick Shabuti there on that low side, trying to fight back, but it looks like Nosker, with help from Thompson and John Fergione up high, may make that pass for the race lead. They're still side by side at the line. Score that lap to Shabuti on the way by.
Yeah, Shabuti and Nosker still side by side. Can't forget Forgione in the right now. Forgione in the 6th spot. Sorry about that. I'm going to slaughter your name all night long, and it's a lot of it is I'm a little bit under the weather here this evening. But Tim Nosker trying to battle with Shabuti. They're side by side coming down the back straightaway.
Side by side for the race lead up front. Nosker up high, Shabuti down low. Nosker's got help up high from that 12 of Thompson. Wolf pushing Shabuti down low, side by side for about 6-7 rows on back. This lead pack separated by 1.2 seconds from race leader Tim Nosker back to Andrew Fitzgerald in that 027. So 21 cars back in this lead pack here as we're 111 laps up on the event, Todd, as they're race hot and heavy still for that race lead. 2 wide, 10 rows deep off turn 2.
And Shabuti has the advantage coming off of 2 down the front straightaway, but Tim Nosker getting one whale of a run on the top side of the speedway. He's going to inch his way ahead of the number 94 Shabuti there momentarily as they go into the corner. It looks like they lose a little bit of momentum on the top side when they enter the corner, but coming off, they have one whale of a run.
So side by side for that race lead. There's still double file looking ahead, some lap traffic there. I see the 80 of Jeff Curvillo, the 103 of Carson Krenz. They may about fall ways of the lead lap here once again here, working lap number 112 on the speedway. Couple of cars up in that lane, up ahead of the leaders. They'll get out of the way, but meanwhile, back up near the front, it's Nick Shabuti in that 94, Tim Nosker in the 88. He's fallen back the clutches. The 94 has made clear the race lead as they work lap traffic, Todd. This could be tricky here as they work their way down the back straightaway.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a little tricky as it looks like the leaders in the top 10 they're going to make short work of the lap traffic there on the top side of the speedway. Guys jockeying for position, they're just trying to stay out of the way, and they stayed up out of the way enough for these leaders, and that's common courtesy here in the NRT 500 and at RTG. Most of the leagues, if you're a lap down, you're going to go way up top and let these leaders go.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. As you said, this is definitely not a sprint race here tonight. 188 laps here make up 500 miles at Talladega Superspeedway. It must be a real badge of honor here just to finish one of these races. You can make it start to finish regardless of what position, how many laps in the rears you may be. And I believe Rich may have another DRTV driver spotlight. Rich, it's all yours.
Yeah, most definitely. We're watching John Forgione. He's coming out of Bellport, New York. He's driving that beautiful Xbox vehicle tonight, running for ECT. Started tonight in 11th place. Highest position is first. He did get some laps led in here. Lowest position is 24th. He's currently riding in 8th spot, right about in the middle of this pack, or just in the front third of this pack, guys. Back to you.
John's been up in that lead pack for the majority here in the middle state of this race. Beautifully prepared Xbox One Chevrolet out there riding around. Great to see him having a great run here tonight, as he's currently scored last time by in the 7th position, just off the race lead. He's outside of that 007 of Rick Moon and the 21 of Derek Justice. So Todd, it's still side by side through the front of the field. Looks like Nick Shabuti's been able to break away into that race lead with help of Paul Wolf there in the 060, but none to wearing that outside line is Tim Oscar, that 088. Trying to pull that outside line up. He's got help up there from Thompson, Forgione, and many others in that high lane as they're side by side, about 7 rows deep as they work their way off turn 4. So field is working its way into turn number 1, 115 laps into the 188 lap event here for the NRT 500. Nick Shabuti in that 94 is your race leader, side by side for second on back off of turn number 2. Paul Wolf, Tim Nofsker in that number 88 are side by side. And while we have a minute here up in the booth, we want to say, get a word with our friend Sean Prime. Sean, been a great race out there so far tonight. What are you guys seeing up there in the party booth?
Well, it sure has. We're actually in race control. Mr. NRT himself and Terry Bauman and I are in the big race chairs, and it's been exciting. It's been close. These guys have been duking it out pretty much all along. A couple of unfortunate incidents, but it's an endurance race. They are just 5 laps short right here at the line of 2/3 distance. There's a lot of racing left to go.
Now, if you're out there behind the wheel of that beautifully repaired number 15 car you do each and every week, if you're riding back about mid-pack there like the Justice are, about 6th, 7th, 8th on back, if you're in that high lane pushing, what are you thinking right about now if you're 2/3 of the way through the event?
Oh, right now they're really locked in. You know, they've got their grooves and their drafting strategies all kind of worked out. They're comfortable in the draft. They've settled in at this point. It's all going to be about predicting. We're in a precarious spot here, fuel mileage-wise. If we go caution-free from here, there's going to be all sorts of different strategies shaken out here, and you're going to see some things really get shaken up.
Oh, I think you're absolutely right. Now, you've been in a few of these events before and a lot of big races in your day. As though you've probably raced with the majority of this field at one time or another. Is there any names up there at the top of that field tonight that absolutely surprised you to see up there, maybe for the first or second time?
Well, I wouldn't want to single anybody out. These guys are great racers, one and all. I see some names up there that have really put their time in and made solid runs. John Forgione of East Coast Thunder, he's been up there drafting solidly all night. Chris Thompson in the 12, Donnie Garrett in the 077. These guys have really been putting some on. You know what I've seen? Some great saves out there, too. I don't know if you guys have picked them up on TV, but there's been some contact and some really heads-up driving by a few guys that could have led to major incidents, and these guys are just top-notch.
No, absolutely. Great field here we have tonight. A lot of great saves, a lot of great driving out there. Now, as you ride back say you're about the 10th car in the inside line, what is it like when you're about 10th on back seeing that pack snake through bottom to top like that? I mean, are you all the way on the gas? Are you checking up? Are you trail braking at all? I mean, you've got to react to whatever may happen in front of you.
That's exactly it, because it's all about reacting. Things happen in a blink of an eye. As you see, they're drafting really tight there going into the turn. And you're looking ahead, but you're also focusing intently on the guy right in front of you. You're looking at your mirror. You're in the total focus zone. You're looking left, you're looking right, and you're hovering your gas base just to keep your distance and give an effective draft to the car in front of you. And it would not surprise me, I've seen a few guys out there doing a little bit of extra saving along the way. If you're way back in that draft, you can probably save yourself some fuel.
No, I'll guarantee that. Looking at guys back there like Les Case, Stevie Minson, Andrew Fitzgerald back there riding about 18th on back. He must be saving at the end of that pack. Todd, we're working down the back straight. It looks like we may have a new race leader in Tim Nofsker, but now he's going to fall under fire. It's John Forgione up high. They're side by side into turn 3.
Side by side, 2 by 2. That's how these guys do it. We do it week in, week out. God, I wish I was out there, but it was the right thing to do to give my spot to Mr. Les Case, and I see he's having a nice, solid run out there tonight, coming in as an alternate. It's a feel-good story, one of many, and they are just stacked up 2 by 2 and perfect line.
Now, and I can't commend everything you guys do over here at RTG. This is a first-class event. You guys have been absolutely great to us, great to all the drivers out here. A lot of work going into this event. Now, 6 qualifying races, 2 last-chance qualifiers, getting everything sorted out to make the 36-car field tonight. I can't commend you guys enough for all the great work you've done this week.
Well, we appreciate it, and I don't think we can use the word thank you enough. I mean, this is a year-long process to orchestrate an event like this, and Terry and David and all the guys, I mean, it's all hands on deck when we get near holiday time. Everybody's trying to enjoy the holidays, and we're also thinking it's go time for NRT, and everybody's been cooperative. It's just been a great experience. It's a joy to be part of it. It really is. It makes all the hard work worthwhile.
Yeah, absolutely right, and it's been an honor to us to be a part of it. We want to thank you for having us aboard. And Rich, I believe you may have an update from the chat box.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm still keeping my eye on this chat box on YouTube. These guys are keeping it busy. They're having conversations. Well, some of it's about the race, some of it's not. But anyway, they're still watching the race, having a good time. One of our race fans out there wants to give me another shout-out, or me to give a shout-out to one of our drivers. Currently in the 0112, Christopher Thompson. I know we did a spotlight on him earlier, but I don't know if you remember or not. He had one heck of a run going in LC2Q, and that was his last chance qualifier. He had to fight to get here. He put on a heck of a race, and he's doing pretty good right now, guys. So we'll keep an eye on him for sure.
No, absolutely right. Coming back off turn number 4, hot and heavy amongst the race lead here. We'll put 122 up on the board. So getting toward the latter stage of this event, 66 laps to go as the field is in turn 1. Up here in the booth with us with Todd Stanton, Phil Cass, Rich Patton. We are joined by Sean Prime, who is one of the owners over here at RTG. A great event they have on hand tonight. And Sean, I'm looking through this top part of the field. The one name that keeps popping out to me is Josh Patalik in at 39. Of course, the defending champion of this race. And you got to think he may like his chances tonight, as looking out in the speedway, they're 3 wide into turn 3.
It's an incredible racing that's shaking out there. Yep, Josh is a calculating racer. He races a lot the way I like to race. He is totally aware of what he's doing and what his intentions are, and just biding his time and staying in there. And there's another driver I wouldn't mind putting a shout out to, if you guys don't mind.
The floor is yours.
I'm sure you guys have noticed him. Is the 007 of Rick Moon from the Monday Night Tailgating League. He's been running a very quiet but very clean and professional race, hanging with the leaders pretty much all night, just putting in a solid effort, as they all are.
No, really clean race indeed. Looking up near the front, they're 3 wide all over the speedway here. Up in that high lane, that 04 Michael Berg, he was about 7th on back the last time by. He almost made a charge for the race lead, Todd. And as they come off turn number 3 and 4, looks like he's going to fall back to about 7th or 8th in line as they work their way off the corner.
Yeah, don't look now, but it looks like Stevie Minson may be done saving his fuel. He's got that high line coming and cranking with Derek Justice in line there, and Paul Wolf and Michael Berg pulling that train.
So field is turn number 2. John Forgione's currently showed as your race lead, 124 laps into this event. Josh Patalik currently scored in that second spot. New name up to third, that 048 of Clef Dowsett. He's having a great run out there. Another shot at the 54 of Cosman. He's found his way. Cosman, the only European in the field, comes from Romania, currently scored in that 4th spot. And Bedoya in that 92, he's currently scored that 5th spot, Todd, as the field is off of turn number 4.
Yeah, watching Forgione, he's running distinctly right now in that sucker hole, what you call the sucker hole, and right now they're running 3 distinctive grooves out there on the speedway right now, Phil. It's an interesting race. I've been watching them while you guys were chit-chatting and interviewing and talking here, and been watching these guys slice and dice all the way through the field.
So as they're riding around the speedway, guys up in that high, middle, and top and bottom groove, 3 wide around the speedway. I'm going to throw it to Rich here with a DRTV spotlight. I believe he does have the 54 car of Cosman.
Yeah, most definitely. The number 54 Cosman. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that last name. You guys will all probably make fun of me, but that's okay. And I'm not even going to pronounce the town he's coming from, but he is out of Romania, one of our Europe drivers. I think he's the only Europe driver here in the NRT 500 tonight. He's running for Monster Energy, also runs for RTG, Rolling Thunder Gaming. Currently started tonight in 12th. Highest position was 3rd. Lowest position is 35th, and he's currently riding in 8th spot, guys.
Cosman having a great run tonight. Ran real good in this qualifying race. I think he finished 2nd or 3rd in that qualifying race. I'll have my sheet right here in front of me. But had a really good qualifying lap up near the front of the field. And now we look out for the race lead, Todd, as they work on the back straightaway. John Fergione, that 95, had the race lead. He is fallen under fire by the 04 of Michael Berg in the high lane. Looks like the 04 may find the race lead as they find their way toward turn 3.
Yeah, Michael Berg having an amazing run in that 04 machine. John Forgione sitting in the middle groove in that 095. He is right now going to pull even with Michael Berg. There's 3 distinct grooves out there right now, Phil. They're 3 wide, and I think this is going to go for the lead, too.
Yeah, I think so. That 54 of Cosman, he's down low on the speedway, pulling that low line, trying to make way under that 39 of Josh Metallic and pull up alongside of that race leader. That's John Fergione in the 95. 3 wide for the race lead. Cosman down low. Fergione in the middle. Michael Berg up high. They're 3 wide, Todd, down the back straightaway.
They're 3 wide, 5 rows deep down the back straightaway. Right now, Michael Berg is the benefactor. He's pulling out, but the 54 is sitting there on the bottom side of the speedway. He's got the preferred groove, and he's going to have the shortest way between the circle, between the distances. And right now, the 54 looks like he has the lead coming off the corner, but Berg is going to have all kinds of momentum way up there on the top side of the speedway.
Wow, well, let's let the pictures tell the story here. 3 wide, 5 rows deep. 128 laps up on the board, so that'll be 60 laps remaining in the NRT 500. The racing action is absolutely furious at near the front of the field. 3 distinct grooves of racing all over the speedway. Michael Berg in that 04 was scored the race lead last time by, but hot and heavy. 3, maybe 4 wide, about 6th or 7th on back, Todd. As they walk in that field 3 wide, they need to be careful. They're approaching lap traffic, Todd, as they work toward turn 3.
Looks like the extreme bottom groove is starting to back off a little bit, but they're still going to fight 3 wide. Still 3 wide. Forgione starting to get a run there in the middle in that 095 machine. He's going to try to put the 04 of Michael Berg under pressure coming through the triangle, and lap traffic is coming, and coming very quick.
Yeah, lap traffic up ahead, slow cars up there. I'm seeing Daniel Guzman, Carson Krench, Jeff Crivello, all up in that pack ahead as the field works its way into turn number 1. Last time by was led by John Forgione in that middle line. Michael Berg is up high. Cosman still down low, trying to make that charge in that low line. He was scored 7th last time by, but here they come. Contact through the middle of the field. Everybody trying to find racing room around 4 wide, almost 5 wide around that 17 mid-pack, and now they make their way up to that 103. They're going to be 4 wide again in turn 3.
Wow, an amazing race all the way through the field, 4 wide. We're calling 4 wide at Talladega, and we made it through that corner and down the straightaway, Phil.
Wow, Carson Krenz on that high side of that 103. He fell another lap down. I don't know. I can't imagine that the intentional for him went through the roof as he saw 3 wide coming underneath him. Almost got body checked up in that high lane. Great save by him to keep that under control. But back to that front of that field, they're still 2 wide for the race lead. It's Michael Berg up there. And Todd, don't look now, that 196 of Stevie Minson, we see him in the first 50 laps dominate the early stages. Find him back in that 2nd spot as the field now is working its way back toward turn 3.
Yeah, Stevie Minson in that 196, he's one of them drivers. He dominated early, and then you've seen him fall to the back. Save fuel, save fuel, save fuel. And now you see Stevie Minson rising to the 2nd place right now in the 196. Forgione is battling back there in the middle groove. He's trying to get back up to your race leader, Michael Berg, as they're side by side with the 2nd place. But Forgione has an amazing run through the tri-oval in that 095 machine.
Yes, he absolutely does. It's amazing to see that the top 2 rows got about 6 cars deep before that low line led by Cosman there in that 52 and the 18 of David Lawson. They're currently shown in that 8th and 9th position. 3 wide now, almost expanding out 4 wide down the back straightaway. But still at that front of that field, you do find Michael Berg in the high lane, Forgione in that middle lane. They got the race lead in that line. You find Stevie Minson there in the 196, Josh Metallic in that 39, Derek Justice in the 21, the 048 of Clef Dowsett. Also up there, rounding out the top 10, we find Paul Wolf, Cosman on the 54, Jason Justice on the 16, and Bedoya in the 92, Todd. 3 wide through the tri-oval, Todd.
They are 3 wide. The 54 starting to get the real bottom side of the track. Right now, he's working it in, and Forgione's in the middle. And on the top side of the speedway is Michael Berg once again. And we're 3 wide again, 5 rows deep, even 6 rows deep as they come out of corner number 2 down the back straightaway. Right now, Forgione has the advantage.
Forgione with the advantage. Cosman keeps trying to make way of that in the low lane of that 54. Can only pull up alongside of the door, but then the outside lanes get that big draft up off of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway, and then they get back into turn 3. You'll see the inside lane start to snake back up. It is absolutely crazy up near the front, almost 3-4 wide. Is David Lawson out at 18? He almost peeked through the middle, almost made that 4 wide. He pulls that back into line. Crazy, hot, and heavy. God, I can't tell who's going to have the race lead. We'll put 133 on the board this time by.
Michael Berg in the 04 is going to have the lead this time by. He's got the advantage, but here comes the 095 and the 54. They are following suit. Forgione in the middle right now. He's starting to fall back. He's under fire from the side-by-side there down the back straightaway. What an amazing race we got going here in the NRT 500. 3 and 4 wide.
Guys in the YouTube chat box, I'm shouting out to you right now. What do you think of this? 3 wide, 6 rows deep. Oh, trouble! Trouble in a turn number 3. I see Bedoya in the 92, many other cars around. That's going to bring out the yellow flag. We'll come back to the line, lap 134. Todd, it was only so long there, 3 wide before something broke loose.
Yeah, 3 wide for a very, very long time. Shout out to all these drivers in the NRT 500. That's the most amazing 3 wide display I've ever seen.
So we'll catch our breath here. 134 laps up on the board. Unbelievable racing right there in them stated. I want to see everybody from the YouTube chat. Tell us what you thought of that. I've never seen such amazing racing. About 10 laps, 3 wide, side by side by side. Absolutely amazing, but we'll recap under the yellow flag. Michael Berg in that 04, he's going to be scored as your race leader. The 196 is Stevie Minson. He's currently second. Cosman is going to pull up to third. He's the third place car. He pulled the inside lane, so Cosman is third. Derek Justin, that 21 car, and John Forgione in that 95 car. That rounds out your top 5. Lap 134 on the board. Todd, I think we were getting awfully close to green flag pit stops there, but now, nonetheless, we'll find these next round of stops under the yellow.
Just an update. Last year's NRT 400 has pulled it behind the wall. Accident for the number 39 machine. Too much damage for them to repair on the 39. So last year's main event winner here for the NRT 400, Josh Metallic, out of this race. No repeat winner.
So we're under the event's 4th yellow flag here. Josh Metallic, you said last year was a race winner, has pulled that car behind the wall. We'll see if we can't get Josh up on the radio here. Josh, it's Rich, Phil, and Todd in the booth. You have a copy.
Yes, I have you.
Josh, incredible racing out there. Tell us what happened to put you out of the event.
Well, what happened was I entered turn 3 and the motor exploded, and I was in the middle 3 wide, and the guy behind me didn't have a chance to miss me, and I hope too many guys didn't get too damaged, but what can you do? You know, it was a lot of fun. That was an incredible display of racing, but frustrated, but very happy with how the race has gone. Very fun, very competitive.
Yeah, Josh, this is Rich. We're watching the replay just as everything's unfolding, and you couldn't have said it any better. Obviously, your motor just lets go. You're in the middle of the pack. Like you said, there's nowhere to go. It was going to happen. As soon as that motor let loose, there was nothing you could do, buddy. But I tell you, I mean, that's some tough driving. You guys went many, many laps, 3 wide, even passing lap traffic to go 4 wide at one point. Hats off to you guys. Tough to see you out this early. But heck of a race, man. Heck of a race.
Yeah, like I said, it's a bummer, but it's been a lot of fun. It's not about me or what I'm trying to do. It's about the whole group, all the leagues, and I'm a fan, so I'll be watching to see how it ends, just like everyone else, and hope the ending's as clean as the first 2/3 of the race.
No,
10-4, Phil. Todd, sorry, I'm going to let it back to you. I'm going to go back and watch these replays, see what else I can pull out of this. Good going, Josh. Sorry you're out, buddy. Phil, Todd, I'm back in the booth.
All right, we'll get Rich back on the controls. Josh, hate to see you out of the event. Great event here RTG put on. I know you come from MSR, which is a brother league here at RTG. I mean, I want to thank you and everybody here for the hospitality for the event. I'm sure you guys always look forward to this event every year. I mean, I'm sure we'll see you back here again real soon, won't we?
Yeah, I'll be back. And before I leave the room, I just want to say thanks, obviously, to Terry and Bones, Dave Cannon, but also to Sean Prime. He finished second in the first race, NRT. I think he's won every qualifier he's been in. Qualified on the pole, won his race this year, and then stepped out to do the adult thing, making sure that the race goes on, put this in front of his own personal interests. So he had as good a chance to win as anyone, and it took a lot of it had to be tough. I know it was tough for him to say I'll step out, so I don't want to take up too much of your time, but people should know that he stepped out willingly to run this, and he has as good a chance to win it as anyone that's still out there.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more. Great to see you out here tonight. Great event on hand. Congratulations on winning last year. I hate to see you out so early, but we'll let you get back to the. Feel free to go join that party. That YouTube chat box has been absolutely crazy. Them guys up there having a good old time. So we'll let you get back to that, and good luck the rest of the way, Josh. Thank you for the word.
10-4. Thanks, guys. Enjoy it.
All right, that's Josh Metallic. Last year's race winner, unfortunately, no worse for wear. He's out of the event for the rest of this evening. Rich, I'm going to throw it to you.
Yeah, guys, I got Terry Bauman on the radio here. Terry is the proud owner, creator of this whole big event that everybody's so dear. And Terry, how do you feel so far, buddy? How's your show going?
So far it hasn't been too bad. A couple too many cautions, but I think the racing's been pretty good.
Well, I'll tell you, Terry, I know we've worked together a lot over the last week or two, maybe even longer than that. I don't know anymore. I ain't even counting. But it's definitely been a pleasure working with you. You've done everything you could to go out of your way for DRTV, and hopefully we're making you proud tonight, buddy. You got one heck of a show going here.
I appreciate that, and unfortunately I am not able to watch it right now, so I'm looking forward to watching it tomorrow.
10-4, that's just like us. We can't watch it either. We're so busy working we can't enjoy it like the race fans. But I just wanted to pull you up here, let the world know who you are, and that this is all about you. And without you, we couldn't put this on. So we really appreciate it, and thanks for coming up here and talk. I know you're not a real talkative guy sometimes, so we appreciate it, buddy.
Well, I appreciate that, and I would really want to thank you guys for the awesome broadcast you've been doing. Dave from NRT for supplying these awesome servers and the most excellent tech support. Without him, we wouldn't be here right now. And just everybody that's helped out in this event, all the drivers. We had 170 drivers sign up. All the admins that have helped out. Just thank you, everybody.
All right, Terry, well, we'll make sure that everybody's aware of that. We're going to let you get back down there and do what you got to do for your big show, and maybe we'll talk to you a little bit later today after the event. Have a good race, buddy. We'll see you later.
Thank you, and have a good night, guys.
All right, Terry Bauman, owner here of Rolling Thunder Gaming, the creator of this great event, the NRT 500. Like you said, 170 entries signed up for this show. It's been a week-long affair, qualifying, last chance qualifying, to lock in these 36 cars tonight. And Ty, I know it's an event you and I have talked about on many, many occasions, and I know we're very honored to be a part of this tonight. I mean, man, maybe one day we'll get behind the wheel of one of these things, and we'll let Rich up here just go all by himself. What do you think?
I think that would be amazing to see what Rich could do running controls and trying to announce for two people. I think that would be interesting to see. I almost pay to see that.
Rich,
I think
how do
you
you
guys
feel
are
about
crazy.
that?
They got me busy enough down here. I don't want more.
All right, then. Well, pace car lights are out. We're in turn number 3. 137 laps up on the board, so it'll be 40 laps to go when we get back under race conditions here as the pace car is working its way through turn number 4. Recapping your race leader, Stevie Minson in that 196 has found his way back to the top of the leaderboard, followed by the 54. The 54 of Cosman, the 04 of Michael Berg currently scored third, the 21 of Derek Justice, and the 16 Jason Justice. That's your top 5, Todd. Pace car coming off the speedway.
Yeah, pace car making that hard left-hand turn down to pit road. Hopefully that's the last time we see the pace car here this evening in the NRT 500. Steve Minson and Cosman lead them down to get the green flag. Also, the 088 has been retired from this event too. He was real strong here, pushing a lot of people to the front. We're getting ready to go to green flag racing here momentarily. Green flag is in the air. Stevie Minson leading them down to get the green flag. Cosman in second. Here comes Michael Berg. He jumps out of line right to the bottom side in that 04 machine. He had some trouble on pit road when we were having conversations. He overshot his pit box, Michael Berg did, so that's why he was restarting back in third.
So the field is off of turn number 2. Brekelberg down there in that low line. He's currently going to be second spot. He's going to be pushing that 196 of Stevie Minson there. He's your race leader working down the back straightaway. We'll find Derek Justice third, Jason Justice in that 16 fourth. Rick Moon in the double knot 7. He's currently worked his way up to the 5th spot. And up high, that 54, Cosman, he's the first car up high. He's under pressure for 6th. We find the 60 of Paul Wolf, the 95 of Fergione, and the 92 of Bedoya. They're all there working underneath that 54 car as they work side by side off through the tri-oval.
And meanwhile, up front, they're staying single file. I'm watching that as Phil is watching that side-by-side race. It looks like it's clearing up, and it's going back down to the all going back down to the bottom side, Phil. I think they're going to settle in here a little bit. They might prove me wrong here and start going to the top side and start going 2 and 3 wide. That was such an amazing thing before we had that yellow flag. I don't know how much longer we could have kept up announcing that.
No, that was absolutely crazy. Looking back here about 7th or 8th, Cosman of that 54 was trying to find room in between that 13 machine. That 13 is Matt Watkins. Good to see him making his way up into the top 10. He was the fastest car in the opening practice session for this event tonight. Did not take qualifying laps. Started very deep, I want to say about the 35th starting position. Matt currently scored now up in that top 10. Contact about around that top 10. Cosman got knocked out of line. Looked like it might have been contact there from either the 77 of Donnie Garrett or that 119 of Les Case. They got that worked out. So they're single file of amongst the top 10. Stevie Minson's got that race lead. Michael Berg, the Justices, Derek and Jason, they'll run 3rd and 4th. Rick Moon, Paul Wolf, Bedoya, Fergione, Matt Watkins, and Donnie Garrett. They'll be your top 10, Todd. They're single file into turn number 3.
Yeah, Les Case is 11th. Cosman is now 12th. Thompson in the 012, he's 13th. Andrew Fitzgerald in the 027, 14th. David Dave, 15th. 16th is the 40 of Jim Somke. 17th is the 048, that's Clef. In 18th right now is the number 18 of David Lawson. 19th to 140 of Guzman. In 20th right now is the 94 of Nick Shabuti, who is up front. That's an interesting where he's at right now. He's 20th, just laying back there.
Yeah, it looks like he just be riding around in line. Not sure if he's a little off the pace. It looks like he's 4 seconds off the pack. Not sure if Nick was able to pick up any damage in that last wreck or not. That might have knocked him off the pace, but he's currently shown 20th. Last car in the lead lap. That lead pack is 1.6 seconds apart as they work down the back straightaway. 19 cars in that lead pack, all looking for the win. Les Case in that 119, Todd. He's made a whole shot move up that high lane trying to make room on the speedway.
Yeah, and that's one of those feel-good stories. He was one of the alternates again, the 119 of Les Case. He was on the outside looking in before tonight started, and the 119 of Les Case is starting to move up to the field. It's amazing.
So Les Case is trying to pull that charge up in that high lane. He was scored 9th last time by. He was side by side with the 13 of Matt Watkins. They're side by side further up ahead up in that high lane. We'll see if we can't find who that might be in the high. That's a 95 of Fergione up high. He's under pressure of Bedoya down low. That's the battle for 7th, Todd, heading toward turn 3.
Forgione on the outside of the number 60 right now. Paul Wolf. Wolf down on the inside. Forgione all by himself on the top side with the 095. They are side by side. Forgione has no drafting help up on the top side of the speedway. No
help whatsoever battling amongst around that top 5. He's currently shown 6. He's under pressure down low from Paul Wolf in that 060 car. Also back there, we find Rick Moon, Bedoya in that 92. They're running about through the top 5, but looking back to the front of the field, 143 up on the scoreboard. Field works their way off of turn number 2 into the back straightaway. It's Stevie Minson up front in that 196. We saw him lead a lot of this early on in the first 50 laps before the first round of green flag pit stops. Second spot, we find Michael Berg. We saw Michael here. He was the race winner of last chance qualifying race number 1 here 3 nights ago here on DRTV. And we work into turn 3 and 4 with 21 to 16. Derek and Jason Justice, they've seemed to be working together in perfect lockstep all night. They currently run 3rd and 4th, but the race, Todd, is on the speedway. Paul Wolf in that 60, he tried to work his way up high. He's going to fall under the clutches of Bedoya in that 92 as they work side by side, Todd, into turn 1.
Yeah, Bedoya is going to get around the 060 of Wolf, but Wolf has some help with Forgione on the top side of the speedway. He's trying to push Wolf up towards the front, but right now this bottom groove has a lot more cars than the top groove, so we're going to have to see what this top side can do. Maybe a few more cars will jump up there and start making a race of it.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. We're getting down toward the status here. 144, we'll put 145 on next time by, so it'll be less. We're less than 40 laps to go into the event, or just about 40 laps to go around any event. 44 laps to go, be 43 this time by. So thinking maybe if we stay under green, this could be the lap. We could be looking at one more stop on this way if this will stay green, and so we got a lot to keep an eye on here. Is the field is working its way into turn number 1. I guess there was an incident out on the speedway. I think it was the 012 of Christopher Thompson who may have went around. We're still green. Field is working its way off turn 2 in the hands of Stevie Minson as they work down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Stevie Minson continues to lead, but that top groove is starting to come together. The 060 of Paul Wolf and Forgione in the 095, they're starting to make way. They're starting to make their way up towards that front pack there, as right now they're by the 16 of Jason Justice.
Jason Justice there in that 16 down low. He's currently in that 4th spot down on the low side of the speedway, trying to break clear of that outside lane. Can't seem to make any way there whatsoever. At the front of the field is Minson there in that 196. Berg, Derek Justice, Jason the 3rd. And now it looks like that 21 may have got kicked out of line. They worked their way into turn number 1. Stevie Minson still in that race lead. It looks like now Michael Berg in that 04. He's going to make a charge for the race lead as they work down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Michael Berg now jumps back into line behind the 196 of Steve Minson. Here comes the number 21, Derek Justice. He is coming to the front in the number 21 machine. They are side by side for the lead, Minson and Justice. As I'm going to throw it down to Mr. TV Time, Rich Patton. He's got a replay for us.
Yeah, not necessarily a caution, didn't put us under a caution, but I wanted to go back and look and see what happened to the 012 of Chris Thompson. Looks like he came down a little bit across the 140. That's going to send him sideways into the down on the apron, off the race surface. Never came back on the race surface. So eventually, or unfortunately, caution never came out. He was able to get that car straightened up. Never really hit anything, so probably going to have some flat spotted tires. We've got to see what he does after that. But still green flag racing. No caution. Back to you guys.
All right, field is in turns number 3 and 4. Lead draft now within 1 second. 17 cars in that lead draft. So as the field works its way off turns number 3 and 4, and this time by to put 148 up on the board. So 40 laps remain in the NRT 500. We'll recap the top 20. 20 cars are currently scored on the lead lap. Paul Wolf now has pulled that 60 car into the race lead, followed by the 21 of Derek Justice. John Forgione, that 95 will be scored 3rd. Stevie Minson drop kick back to 4th. Cosman to round out your top 5. 6 through 10 will be Michael Berg, Les Case, Jason Justice, Mauricio Bedoya, Rick Moon, he'll run 10th. 11 through 15 we find David Day, Clef Dowsett, Matt Watkins, the Nature Boy, Donnie Garrett, David Lawson. That's your top 15. Jim Zomke in that number 40 car runs 16th. Andrew Fitzgerald, the 027, he's 17th. He's the current last car in that 17 car lead pack. 18th through 20th off the pace we find Daniel Guzman, Nick Shabuti in that 94, and Christopher Thompson. That's your top 20, all scored on the lead lap. 17 cars in that lead pack, Todd. The field is working its way toward turn number 3 rather, led by the 60 of Paul Wolf.
Yeah, meanwhile, back up to the front of the field, Paul Wolf, your current race leader, but Forgione sitting there right behind him. Forgione's been giving Paul Wolf a pretty good push to try to keep them in front of that bottom line right now as Justice is dropping back. Justice right now in the battle for 5th. And Cosman is sitting in 3rd right now in that 54 machine. So it's interesting to see what these guys are doing. I believe that's the 119 of Les Case. Les Case making hay up towards the front now. I believe he's peaking inside the top 5 now, Phil.
Yes, he is. He's battling Justice there in that outside line for the 4th position, trying to make that way around, but it looks like he's not going to be able to make that off as that top 3 looks to be breaking the draft, going from that outside to that inside. Now, as they say that, here comes Les Case. He's going to drop low in between, below, and in front of that 21 car, Todd. They're side by side. They're going to battle for 2nd down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Les Case and Forgione, they're side by side down the back straightaway. Forgione only has 3 cars right now up top helping him. Les Case dropped to the bottom, which might have been a wise move as he's making up ground and making up positions with that 119 machine. He's going to pull into 2nd right now momentarily. He's right now behind the 060 of Paul Wolf. Let's see if Les Case is going to take a move on Paul Wolf.
We'll see if he'll keep it in line as they work off turn number 4. Paul Wolf and Les Case, they go by the lap car up on the high side. See if we can't get a number on the lap car on the way by. That's the 012 Christopher Thompson. So that was our 20th place car. He's going to fall 1 lap down. We're sorry to report that Daniel Guzman in that 140, he was on the lead lap. He's had some mechanical failures that's put him behind the wall and retired from this event. So we're going to score last time by 18 cars on the lead lap. 18th toward Nick Shibuti. He's off of that lead pack. But still that 17-car lead pack, 1.1 seconds from first place Paul Wolf back to 17th place Andrew Fitzgerald, Todd. Field is still side by side, hot and heavy through the west end of the speedway.
We haven't said much about that 17th place running 027 of Andrew Fitzgerald. I want to take a moment just to give a shout out to him, but he's been putting on a quiet show, but to look for him to come out. So meanwhile, still up front is Paul Wolf and Les Case. Derek Justice is sitting 3rd. 4th is a 196 of Steve Minson. John Forgione is sitting in 5th in the 095. Michael Berg 6th. Cosman 7th. 8th is Bendoya in the number 92. The number 16 of Jason Justice is sitting 9th. And again, sitting quietly in 10th, that's the 007, the double knot 7 of Rick Moon.
Yeah, Rick Moon in that 10th spot, field side by side, working into turn number 3 under the control of Paul Wolf as they work through the west end of the speedway. Les Case there, that 119. He's got his way up to 2nd spot. Great to see, great run for him. We talked to him early on during the early part of this broadcast, seeing him up in that 2nd position. 3rd, as you said, Derek just at 21. He's got broken up now from his brother Jason in the 16. Jason's showing back in about the 10th position last time by. So they work through. We're going to put 153 up on the board. Paul Wolf in command. All clean and green here to this point in this stage, this latter part of the run here. Probably about, what do you think, Todd, 15 laps or so from a set of green flag pit stops. Whew. All calm for right now, especially after watching them 3 wide on back, but I can't imagine here another 20 laps. That 3 wide pack may be right back to where it was.
Yeah, I can imagine Forgione trying to mount an assault there on the 3rd place running. It's number 21 of Derek Justice. I believe Rich has another spotlight for us down there in the trailer.
Yeah, definitely we're keeping our eye on Andrew Fitzgerald. He's currently running the number 027 or 027. He's based out of Davenport, Louisiana, currently running on a sponsor called VR46. He is also a Rolling Thunder Gaming driver. Started 26th tonight, highest position is 12. Lowest position is 36. He's currently sitting back in 17th position, 1.189 seconds behind your race leader.
Yeah, he's having a great run out there, just minding his business. Been in that lead draft all night long at the very tail end of it, keeping his car out of trouble. So we'll see if Andrew, as we get to the latter part of this race, is probably one more pit stop looking at from here on out to make it all the way to the end. So we'll see if he can't get that 027 up toward the front of the field as we work off turn number 4 through the trial. Race leader, as they put 155 on the board, Todd, is still Paul Wolf.
Yeah, Paul Wolf shifted to the high side there, being the Pied Piper, controlling the snake in the 060 of Paul Wolf. Wolf went up to pick up the number 21 of Derek Justice. He wasn't happy with Les Case or something down there on the bottom. He pulls Justice with him. Instead, Case goes to the high side. He's going to pick up with Forgione. Forgione has been pushing guys all night.
Yeah, you don't think he liked that move. He pulled it up to the high side. They're going to be side by side for the race lead. Case going for the lead on the high side of a turn number 3. They're side by side. Inside Wolf, they're going to have to hold it as they have traffic up ahead, Todd. Traffic up a turn 4. Let's see if these guys get it back in line and see if they can't clear the lap car incident free.
Case right now, he's going to lead the lap here in the NRT 500 in that 119. He's down to the bottom side of the speedway in that 119. Forgione helped the 119 and Les Case get up to the front, but now Case down on the bottom side. He blocks off the run of Paul Wolf in the 060.
Yeah, he makes the move of that, able to throw the block there. Les Case up at the front of that field. Still them guys fighting side by side. 3-4 rows on back. I'm watching Bedoya in that 92. He's trying to push it up high. Derek just at 21. They're down low. They're 5th and 6th on the speedway, working through turns number 3 and 4. Les Case, John Forgione, Paul Wolf, Cosman. They're your top 4, working through the west end of the speedway. Almost now 3 wide for the race lead.
Yeah, Les Case made a move there. He went up to the top side, but realized that the guys had all kinds of momentum. Forgione got underneath him, and Les Case did the veteran maneuver and went up top, so he didn't cause an incident. Forgione was going to capitalize on that. He's going to move into second right now, second place battle with the number 21 of Derek Justice.
So as the field on the backstretch hot and heavy, we're going to spotlight you back on the 16th position. I'm going to throw it to Rich. He's going to driver spotlight on Jim Zomke.
Yeah, most definitely. Number 40 tonight, Jim Zomke is running out of Huntington Town, Maryland, running for Coors Light, and he's coming out of FSB. Started out 21st tonight. Highest position is 4th. Lowest is 31st. He's currently riding 16th, 0.631 seconds behind your race leader.
Great to see Jim out there tonight. He's also kept that thing out of trouble all night long, riding back at that 16th position, as you said, back there with that 027 of Fitzgerald, just biding their time. One more pit stop to make. You're going to have to make a perfect pit stop here late in the going of the NRT 500. The field is in the back straightaway. They're double file, and it looks like about 5th on back. The 92 of Bedoya, Todd, he's going to try to make it 3 wide headed to turn 3.
Yeah, Bedoya in that number 92 machine. He tried to make it 3 wide, but nobody went up there to help him. The 95 of Forgione right now is on the top side of the speedway. He was trying to mount an assault against the number 60 of Paul Wolf. Could not do so out of 4, as Wolf right now has the bottom side. Wolf looks like he pulls up just a little bit in front of the Forgione down in the triangle.
Yeah, he sure did. Wolf tried to pull up in front of Forgione. They got a fierce battle here for the race lead. Next time around the speedway will be lap 160, so less than 30 laps to go here in the NRT 500 here on DRTV. Thank you for being part of this grand event with us here with us tonight. It's Phil Lacasse up in the booth with Todd Stanton, Rich Patton. Great to be here for Rolling Thunder Gaming's version of the NRT 500, probably the biggest race we have in the NASCAR 2003 racing community. All of us run under this banner, the NRT 500. We want to thank Dave and everything he does for NRT, the NRT servers, first class, great game servers out there, host many, many different games out there. So head over to nrtservers.com, check out everything Dave's got to offer, and he'll take great care of you, great customer support. And we want to thank him for all the support he gives to this race, and to Terry Bauman for putting this race on, and a wonderful event here we have tonight on DRTV. And of course, you want the best of sim racing TV, you have it right here on DRTV. Find us at our home. It's www.drlracing.com/DRTV. Check out the website. A lot of stuff going on there. Merchandise on sale, DVDs of archive broadcasts of our past events. And also check out our upcoming events page. A lot of great things coming up around the bend here on DRTV. But we're in this latter state of the event, the NRT 500, the Super Bowl of the NASCAR racing community we have out here, sim racing. Currently showing you a race leader, 160. We'll put 161 lap on the board. It's Paul Wolf of that 060. But I'm going to throw it to Rich down in the booth. I believe he may have a DRTV spotlight on that 92 of Bedoya.
Yeah, most definitely. We're looking at the 92 of Bedoya. Got abbreviation for the town or township. Not sure what it's called. We're abbreviating it Cali. Sorry about that, guys. But he's coming out of Columbia tonight. He's running with the Red Bull sponsor, racing for FRC and RTG. Started 4th place tonight. Highest position's been 3rd. Lowest is 33rd. He's currently 15th. 0.795 behind the leader. He is in contention, guys.
You know, he's been in contention all night long in that beautifully prepared number 92 car. And Todd, I'm watching these guys change lanes high and low around the speedway. Getting to the latter stages of the event, we're going to put 25 laps to go here very, very shortly. We're almost to the point where the pit window may be open absolutely any time. We're one stop away from being able to get to that end of the race. Now, a couple things for you, Todd. One more stop to make it's got to be perfect. At this point, do you take a gas and go? Can you afford anything more than that? And number two, if your guy's running 15th on back, do you think about short pitting whatsoever, or do you need to pick a dance partner?
Well, number one, no tires. You can't afford to take any tires. You just got to do a gas and go. You take tires, you're not going to be in the hunt for the victory here at the end of the race. Number two, if you're in the back, no tires, and yeah, you got it. You don't want a short pit. I don't think you want a short pit, but if you have a dancing partner, short pit might prevail.
So you guys in that YouTube chat box, shout us out. What do you think? Are they going to short pit? They're going to run this thing out? How much longer can these guys go before this final pit stop is made under the green flag? Seeing a lot of guys dropping in and out of line, so I'm thinking maybe pit stops may be very, very close by as we look near the front of the field. The field, Todd, from that double file line looks to be majorly single file now, back toward the front of it. Paul Wolf, your race leader. Derek Justice in that 21. He's currently scored 2nd. 3rd spot, we find that 196. That's Stevie Minson. Michael Berg in the 04 finds himself back in the top 5, currently scored 4th. And running up the top 5, the 16 of Jason Justice. Looks like, Todd, single file throughout this pack. All the way back to 17th spot, we find Andrew Fitzgerald. 1 through 17 single file as they work their way to the start-finish line. 164 on the board, so we're under 25 laps to go in the NRT 500.
Phil, I think they're getting in formation for the pit stops, as that is near. Paul Wolf and all those guys have been working together good all night, but it's going to be very important for these guys at the other pit stop. If you overshoot your pit window or your pit box even, you're not going to be able to make up that time if you don't have a dancing partner. So it's very important to not overshoot your pits and make sure you stay 55 at the line. This pit stop is going to be crucial because this is the last one of the night. This could make or break you tonight.
Oh, absolutely can make or break you. I know you've been in this situation many, many times behind the wheel, as Rich and myself have been. Everything about this pit stop, you cannot afford a mistake here. You can't get caught speeding. You don't want to lock them tires up, because I don't think anybody here can risk maybe taking tires. I don't know if you're going to need full 2 cans of fuel, so maybe nothing more than right side tires, but I don't imagine we're going to see much of that as we're so close to the end of this 500-mile event here on DRTV. So single file throughout the top 13. I'm seeing a race for 13th on back. The only car side by side, I see Donnie Garrett, the Nature Boy, and Mauricio Bedoya. And as I say that, just ahead, David Day gets on alongside of that 13 of Matt Watkins, side by side. That's a pretty 11th spot off of turn number 4. So we'll keep an eye out. Pit stops are going to be here real shortly. And Todd, I think you hit it exactly on the head, that they're getting in single file formation because that pit stop may be just very close.
Yeah, watching them single file, these guys are like a snake as you watch them go down the straightaways. They go down on the front. They go down through the front straightaway. And I believe Rich has the punt cam up and waiting for these pit stops up and coming. So that's going to be an important aspect here on DRTV, the punt cam, to see what happens when they come down pit road. I'm going to throw it down to Rich for another update.
Yeah, I'm just checking in with the guys down in race control down behind pit lane there. They're telling me that pits are coming. Should be majority of them are going to need to pit at least by lap 70 is what they're telling me. So I've got the punt cam up, and we're watching them. You can see that they're hugging low coming off of them corners. We're just waiting on the first person to make the decision to go. Once they throw the signs down, we are going to be prepared. Like you guys said, this could be the most important move of the race tonight. And they're still packed up, so if they make a dive to pit road, this could make or break a lot of these guys. This is going to be the important part here, guys.
You're absolutely right. Single file throughout the top 15 cars working around the speedway. The lead pack is 17 cars. They're all single file, separated by 1.5 seconds. 17 on the lead lap. 19 cars still on the speedway, or 21 cars are on the speedway, still making laps. 5 cars are a lap down. Once we get through this cycle of pit stops, we will recap the running cars on the racetrack, but nonetheless, at the front of the field right now, we're going to come to lap 168, so we're going to be 20 laps to go, 20 to go in the NRT 500. It is Paul Wolf in that 060. He's going to be scored as your race leader. It's Derek Justice in that 21. He's currently second. The 196 of Stevie Minson runs third. The 04 of Michael Berg and the 16 of Jason Justice is your top 5. 6 through 10 will find Cosman in 6th. 7th is the 18 of David Lawson. Les Case in that 119 is currently scored 8th. John Fergione in that 95, he scored 9th. In the double knot 7 of Rick Moon works out your top 10. 17 car lead pack working their way through turns number 3 and 4. We're under 20 laps to go in the event. Pit stops are going to be the word of the day here very, very soon. I can't imagine they're going to go any more than 5 more laps. We've been under the green for about 35 laps now. So, Todd, anytime now we're going to see hot and heavy on pit road, and you just hope it stays all clean.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's going to stay all clean and green the rest of the way, and we're in store for a race. See if this pack breaks up. The first time they pitted under green, the pack didn't break up that much. It broke up. We lost a couple of guys from the lead pack last time, but these guys have pretty much sorted it out, and I think you're not going to see them go as hot on the high side trying to get around people going to pit road. But going down to 55 miles an hour is quite a feat coming off the embankments at 188 miles an hour.
You're absolutely right, and said I don't think you're going to see anybody taking tires here, so you cannot hurt your tires, cannot afford to flat spot them, can't afford to give up any more time than absolutely necessary, as we're under 20 laps to go. It's the NRT 500. It's the biggest race of the year. You've gotten so far into the event. You've logged in over 400 miles, or about 425 miles in at this point, maybe 450, 20 to go, so 450 into a 500-mile event. You've come all this way. You can't afford to throw it away now if you want to be in contention here in these waning laps. And so close into this end of the event, man, it's going to be crazy. So we work the field into turn number 3. It's still Paul Wolf at your race lead. Looks like it's going to be all single file measure at the front of the field. Derek Justice, Stevie Minson, Michael Berg, Jason Justice. They make up your top 5. Still awaiting to see cars pull off onto the pit lane. Nothing happening there yet. Going to be happening here real soon, we got to think. The pit window has been open for a little while here. Can't believe these guys are outstretching it. They're at least 35 laps into this run, so it's got to be within less than a handful of laps when we see these cars on pit road. And I don't know, Todd, we're just laying there waiting, all clean at the front of the field, just everybody biding their time. I mean, how much pressure are you feeling behind the wheel to nail this stop?
A ton of pressure, especially if you're the leaders. I mean, you've been leading. You're just feeling a ton of pressure. Even the guys in the back, they're going to feel about the same amount of pressure, Phil. It's make or break your time. Once you go down pit road, you've got to nail that stop. You just got to. If you don't, you're going to end up in the back of the pack and away from this lead pack, and you're not even going to have a chance to win the NRT 500. And like you said, you've come this far. You got to make sure you hit it.
Watching some moves here back toward the latter part of the top 10. I've been following along the 5 and the 92. The 5 is David Day. The 10 is Bedoya there. They've been running 9th and 10th. They were able to pick up a couple of spots in the outside line. The majority of this crowd has been single file up in the top 10. So these two guys trying to make a break maybe toward the front of the field, maybe position themselves a little better for this upcoming pit stop is ahead. But so far, David hasn't been able to penetrate past that 119 of Les Case. Les is currently scored in that 8th position. Field is in turn number 3 and 4. One car hard to the wall, and carnage. Carnage ready for that last pit stop. I think somebody might have been on the brakes and didn't make it, and a couple of cars around, and the 5 car of David Day is included. I see him in the grass, and many others, Todd.
Yeah, all I seen is number 18 of David Lawson hard into the outside wall, and he did a 360 in the air. Wow, I just couldn't believe it. The 18 of David Lawson, 360 in the air is what I seen out of the corner of my eye. That was just wow.
Yeah, wow is the only word for that. So we're under the caution flag late in the event here. 15 laps to go in the NRT 500 live here on DRTV. Paul Wolf in that 060, he's going to be scored your race leader. Stevie Minson, Derek Justice, Michael Berg, and Jason Justice. They'll make up your top 5. Pit stops will be definitely the word of order here, as we were just about to that window of pit road being open there. Unfortunately, no action for the NRT punt cam. I'm sure Rich will give us a look here as the field is going to make their way onto pit road. So, new strategy here, Todd. You're so close in the event, but do you need tires at this point? Do you think under the yellow, in these conditions where you don't lose a whole lot of time, do you take tires at this point?
You're going to see probably some of the guys in the back take tires, but I don't think up front I'm going to take tires.
So field is coming off of turn number 4, rolling past the NRT punt cam onto pit road. I think everybody among that lead pack has found the pit lane. Leader is Paul Wolf. I'm sure Todd will have Paul Wolf stop. We'll let him take a look at that, and we'll try to see if we can't follow somebody here at the other end of pit road. So Todd, I'll throw it to you. You can give us our race leader. He's on pit road.
Yeah, Paul Wolf is down on pit road. Looks like he overshot his pit stall there. He had to back up in the 060. That's going to cost him some time. Looks like he's just getting fuel only in that 060 machine. He's down and away. I wonder how much time that's going to cost him, Phil.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm looking at the 04 of Michael Berg coming down off the pit lane. Believe it was only fuel only for the 04. Didn't see the jack go up in the air. Didn't see many tire stops at this end of pit road. See a lot of guys on and off. David Lawson, Derek Justice, Jason Justice. I think they all went by. Did not see anything as far as tires go on them cars. We'll have to check back on that. So we'll recycle here. And I believe Rich may have a DRTV replay ready for us.
Yeah, most definitely keeping our eye on, almost forgot, the 18 of David Lawson and the 54 right in front of him. Looks like there's a little bit of contact as you watch them come through here. Make a little bit of bumper contact. Looks like the 18 got into him. Lawson got into him. That's going to send the 54 out into the wall. He comes back across the track, collects a couple cars, the 18 and David Day in the 5. And looks like everybody else is probably going to clear everything. Couple cars got a little bit of damage. Talking about the 18, the 54, and the 5. Looks like everybody else was able to clear it, guys. Back to you.
All right, so that's Rich Pat in the DRTV replay. Here for the NRT 500, yellow flag out, I believe for the 6th time this evening. Less than 15 laps to go here in the NRT 500. We're here live with you here on DRTV, and of course, if you want the best in sim race broadcast, you have it right here on DRTV. We thank you very much for looking out at us tonight, seeing what we got going on. A great event on hand here for Rolling Thunder Gaming's NRT 500 here live on DRTV. Under the yellow flag, we're going to recycle here through a round of pit stops. Guys still making their way onto the pit lane. I don't think everybody found their way to pit road quite yet under this yellow. So we'll reset the field here as we get it. We're under 15 laps, so we'll put 175 of 188 up on the board next time by. So Todd, last pit stops made. We've seen frantic action at the front of the field. Now, we've seen this in Last Chance Qualifier number 1, where the race went green for the majority of the event, and we had a spectacular race to the end, and it was marred by a caution. Do you predict we're going to see clean to green from here, or do you think we're going to see something else break loose?
I think the way the race has been going, I think you might see something else break loose. Unfortunately, I don't like to say that, but these guys want to win this race. It's the biggest race of the season. It's the NRT 500. You want to end up in victory lane here. You want to have bragging rights for the whole season. And some of these guys right now have an honest shot. It's a high-speed chess match. Now you're putting your queen into position and trying to take over, the top spot here. And you got the Justice Brothers up front right now, again, because they nailed their pit stops. But also, you look in the number 13 of Matt Watkins, the fastest on the leaderboard during practice. He's 3rd.
He is absolutely 3rd. I've had my eye on that car all night. Beautifully prepared number 13 car. Was the fastest car in practice, as you said. Did not take time. I believe he may have started as far back as a 35th or 36th position tonight. So a great run for that 13 machine. Back up here running currently in the top 3. We're under 13 laps to go. We're going to be down around 10 laps by the time this restart comes. So a great run for that 13 car.
Yeah, real good run for him. Stevie Minson, I should say, in the 196. He's fourth. Fifth is the 04 of Michael Berg. Paul Wolf didn't have a good pit stop in the 060 machine. He's sixth. Seventh is Bendoya. Eighth is the 119 of Les Case. Ninth is the 048 of Clef. And 10th is the 007, the double knot 7 of Rick Moon. So right now your top 10 are doing pretty good. Going to throw it down to Rich, who I believe has another spotlight on one of our drivers here for the NRT 500.
Yeah, you guys mentioned him just a minute ago, the number 13 of Matt Watkins, Hartsville, South Carolina. Marvin the Martian, that's his sponsor, interesting sponsor. He's running for FSB. We don't actually have a start time for him. He probably did not qualify, just took end of the pack line. His highest position tonight is third, lowest is 35th. Currently running third right now, so Matt is putting on a good show for his race fans, and he's got plenty of them out there in the chat box because they won't leave me alone.
All right, them guys in the chat box, I want you to shout to us now. Tell us what you think. Are we going to go clean and green from here? I want you guys to predict who do you think is going to pull out the race win. And while we're rolling around under yellow here, I want to talk to our third place driver, Matt Watkins, at 13. Matt, it's Phil, Rich, and Todd in the booth. Do you have a copy?
Yes, sir.
Matt, you were the fastest car in practice here early on tonight for the preparations for this NRT 500. Did not take time in qualifying, started all the way back in that 35th position, and now here we are with about a dozen laps to go. You're rolling in that third spot. Tell us about your evening.
It's been pretty exciting, just first half of the race, just stayed back, and, it was a long race, and then had some really close calls for about 3 or 4 of those wrecks, and just fortunate enough to make the right moves, and now we're in position, so gotta make something happen.
You made something happen indeed. You put yourself in position here with a dozen laps to go to make a run at the NRT 500 checkered flag. I mean, the Justice guys are in front of you. They've been fast all night long. They've been almost working in lockstep, drafting together, following each other in line. Do you have a dance partner out there to maybe go after these guys?
Yeah, I got a few friends up here, so if we get down to it, I'm in the right spot. Definitely gonna make some moves for the win.
All right, well, real quick, what we got here, lights are out on the pace car. Anybody you'd like to thank while we have you up here on DRTV?
I just thank all the guys for putting the show on. Thank you guys for putting on the broadcast. Shout out to FSB Racing League and Blazing Pedals. So appreciate everybody watching. It should be fun.
All right, that's Matt Watkins on the 13. Matt currently running third. Started 36 tonight on the grid. Was fast in practice, and God, what a charge up through the field. He's in position here.
Yeah, 36th position to third right now. The pace car has ticked a hard left-hand turn down to pit road. We're getting ready to go back to green flag racing here in the NRT 500. Derek Justice and Jason Justice going to lead them down. Matt Watkins in third, Minson in fourth, and Berg in fifth. We're getting ready to go green flag as they have entered the tri-oval. Flagger has the green flag in hand. Green flag is waving in the sky. The 21 of Derek Justice and Jason Justice get a good start. So doesn't the 13 of Matt Watkins. It's going to take him some time to get up to speed here, and you're going to start seeing these guys. It's go time, slicing and dicing their way up to the front.
Everybody holding the bottom line through to number 1 and 2. First car coming out of line. I see the 04 of Michael Berg. He's peeking up high, trying to see if maybe there's a run there. He's going to look up high in front of him. The 196 of Minson. He's also going to look up high. They're going to fall back in line. They're going to follow the Justice brothers down the back straightaway into turn number 3, led by the 21 of Derek Justice. Brother Jason, that 16. He'll ride in his tire tracks. First and second, 13 Watkins, Minson, Berg. Single file. The race is for 5th. I see Bedoya in that 92. He's down low, Todd, as they work off turn 4.
Yeah, Bedoya has been making some evasive maneuvers with that number 92 machine. Right now in 6th, he wants to get inside that top 5. He's trying to battle with Michael Berg in that 04 machine. Bedoya on the bottom side right now. Here comes Watkins. He's going to the high side of the Justice brothers. He's got Stevie Minson in the 196 pushing him.
Yeah, Watkins has Minson pushing him back there. The 04 Michael Berg. We've seen how he's able to help aid that push on that high side. They're side by side for the race lead down the back straightaway. 92 makes it 3 wide. New race leader return 3. It's the 13 of Matt Watkins. Todd, I can't believe it. 36 to first. 10 laps to go in the NRT 500. He finds himself in the race league off of turn 4.
Bedoya now down on the inside as Watkins continues to lead. Bedoya right now battling with Derek Justice in that number 21 machine, but he's going to fall back. Derek Justice going to have Jason Justice right now following suit there on the bottom side. Oh, it looks like a bump draft gone wrong for Minson. Minson had to jump and make an evasive maneuver to the bottom side. That's going to bottleneck up the whole field.
The whole field is 3 wide, working their way off turn number 2. Great check up there by Bedoya on that 92. He was almost on the side of Fergione that 95. Low line, trying to find that momentum, but that race lead up high. Under pressure is Watkins up high. He's currently your race leader, Todd. They're side by side for the lead in turn 3.
But here comes Paul Wolf down to the inside. He has Minson helping him in that 196. Here comes the number 21 of Derek Justice also on the bottom side. Watkins has Michael Berg pushing him on the top side. So right now these guys are side by side. These guys making a lot of maneuvers here. This time by, there's going to be 8 to go.
8 to go, 180 laps up on the board. Paul Wolf's found that 60 car back into the race lead with help from that 196 of Stevie Minson, giving that great push up there into second. Derek Justice, that 21, he was able to slide himself into the third spot. Now Minson, he's going to look up high, maybe make that charge for the race lead up high of Wolf into turn 3. Still can't quite find it. Now they're door to door, headed to a turn.
Minson on the top side of the speedway. He's going to pull in front of Wolf with Watkins right there pushing on Minson's rear bumper. You got Michael Berg also up there in the top groove. These guys making a huge challenge and lots of momentum on the top side right now.
Yeah, Watkins with that great big push. He's going to push Stevie Minson in that 196 all the way out to the race lead. 7 laps to go in this event. The NRT 500 live here on DRTV. Slow lap car ahead. He's going to get out of the way as they work their way through the east end of the speedway. Paul Wolf's able to make work of that on a low lane. He's going to put the assault on the race lead Minson. They're side by side on the back straightaway as they work. There's Justice there behind. Wow, Todd. Fast, furious contact. Second on back. They're going to get it right back in line. The action hot and heavy as they head to turn 3.
Yeah, it looks like a door check from the number 13 of Matt Watkins. These guys are all over the place right now. These guys all held it straight in one line, though. Holy cow. That's all I got to say about this race right now as we're coming down to complete lap 182 of 188, and these guys are all over.
Guys racing all over the speedway, seeing guys trying to break down low, up high, changing lanes erratically. Everybody, the pressure is on. It's the end of the NRT 500. You've put yourself in position now, and it's definitely go time. I'd hate to be that 196 of Stevie Minson. Everybody behind him making all these moves side by side, 3, 4, 5 rows on back, Todd. It'll be 5 to go this time by as they hit the line. Side by side, the battle of the outside lane with the advantage. Stevie Minson still with the race lead in turn 3.
Fergione in that 095. He's starting to turn it up way up top with that 095 machine. He's got the 077, the Nature Boy, pushing him. He's trying to make some way up there on the top side of the speedway. 3 distinct crews right now out there as they're getting ready to come up on lap 183 of 188 at the line. 5 laps to go here in the NRT 500.
5 laps to go. Stevie Minson's got that race lead. Derek Justice in that 21. They've been able to break out. Jason Justice in that 16. They've been able to break out of that inside line. First car that inside is 4th place. Paul Wolf in the 60. He's fallen to the clutches of Matt Watkins in that middle line. 13 car, top 4 now. Single file down the back straightaway. 4 more times around when they get back to the line. But it's still Stevie Minson with that race lead. And Todd, how much longer can the Justice Brothers sit back in line? Are they going to ride there, or are they going to make a move for the race lead?
Bedoya dove down to the inside in that number 92. Here comes one of the Justice boys down on the bottom side. That's the number 16. That's Jason Justice. But Minson comes down and slams the door with that 196 in front of Jason. He's going to leave Derek Justice all by himself up there to fend for himself. Here comes Bedoya. Bedoya's making all kinds of massive maneuvers with the number 190, or with the 092. The 092 side by side with Watkins.
There they come off of turn number 2. Minson still at that race lead. He keeps switching lanes high, low, trying to play that draft to his advantage. So far doing a masterful job as he was able to make work of Justice. Now he's got help up high. Watkins there in that 13 rolling third. He's still side by side with Jason Justice. That's the race for third for turn 3. But as they come off of 4, that 16 car pulls back alongside trying to make his pushback for the race lead.
And Stevie Minson still continuing to lead as we're coming up on lap 185 of 188. There's going to be 3 to go here at the line for the NRT 500. And Stevie Minson's leading lap Three to go here with Stevie Minson. Here comes Matt Watkins, and they're flipping down the front straightaway. All kinds of chaos. This is going to be a race for the win, Racer.
As they come off turn number 2, yellow flag is in the air for an incident off through the tri-oval. Race here will come back to the line for the race win. It's Stevie Minson there. He's got the race lead. He's under fire from at 21 of Derek Justice. They're side by side for the race lead into turn number 3, Todd.
Yeah, here comes Michael Berg down to the inside of Justice. Berg gave Minson a hell of a shot coming out of the corner. Berg is now into the second spot. Stevie Minson now in the lead. Michael Berg second as they're coming down through the tri-oval, Phil.
Into the tri-oval, yellow flag is in the air. This may be the race for the win right here. Stevie Minson pulls it to the low side. He's going to be first to that yellow flag. Looks like he may be the initial race winner unofficially of the NRT 500. Michael Berg will look like he's going to roll into second, and unofficially Derek Justice being scored third under the yellow flag here in the NRT 500. So we're under yellow here. 186 on the board. It'll be 2 to go when we get back to the line. I can't imagine from here we are going to see any kind of restart. No green-white checkered here tonight for the NRT 500. Believe we may have just seen the dash for the race win. It's Stevie Minson in that 196. We'll recap here what the top 10 is going to look like. It's Stevie Minson, that 196, Michael Berg in that 04, the 21 of Derek Justice, Paul Wolf in that 60, and Matt Watkins in the 13. That's currently scored unofficially as your top 5. 6 through 10, we find Marcosio Bedoya, Jason Justice, Andrew Fitzgerald in that 027's found 8th position. Jim Somke in that 40 car currently scored 9th, and Clef Dowsett in the 048. That's your current top 10. That's completely unofficial. Unofficial right now. The admins for this have done a beautiful job keeping everything under control, and I'm sure they'll get the field all worked out. But Todd, as they work down pace cars in turn number 4, the unofficial at the line, it's going to be 2 to go at the line, and I believe the race is over.
Now, unfortunately, I didn't want to see it end under yellow flag conditions here for the NRT 500, but what a masterful race that we've seen here this evening so far. These guys 3 wide, 4 wide, and 5 wide at times. These guys put on one whale of a show here this evening. Wow is all I got to say. I'm out of breath. I've been out of breath, and Phil has been too, because I hear him reeling. Still looking. I think Rich may come down and see if we can get a replay of that last yellow flag that's been brought out. But again, Stevie Minson looks like he's going to be your NRT 500 winner, barring anything unofficially, barring anything that happens to him here, if the motor expires or something to that effect. That's why I didn't pick anybody tonight, Phil. I didn't want the same thing happen to that person like we did in the last chance qualifier number 2. It was kind of like the kiss of death. I picked somebody, and like 2 laps later, they're done.
Oh, absolutely right. I wanted to stay away from picking somebody tonight just for that same reason. As we roll around under yellow here, pace car is in the back straightaway. I see the starter with yellow and white flag in hand. So this time by, he'll display the white flag up over the field. The unofficial end of the NRT 500 here on DRTV. Thank you for being with us tonight. It's been a fantastic race. Unbelievable event here. 500-mile race around the Talladega Superspeedway, 2.66 miles, and it's been a wonderful evening. It's been a great broadcast. I hope you've all enjoyed the show tonight here watching on DRTV. I'd like to thank everybody in that chat box. Rich for the last 10 laps saying that thing has been absolutely screaming. I can't thank you guys enough for all the support, and be sure to check out our website. And of course, this broadcast and all other broadcasts are going to be available. Purchase your DVD. Go to our site, www.drlracing.com. Right there on the front page, you'll see what's available for our DVDs. We're going to offer you a nice package deal here. We've had DVDs all for $10 a piece. We're going to have the NRT 500 race itself. We're going to have Last Chance qualifying race number 1 and number 2. But as a package deal here, all of us at DRTV, we're going to offer you all 3 DVDs, the 2 Last Chance qualifiers and the NRT 500 for $25. So a bundle of 3 DVDs, $25, a phenomenal event. Make sure to head over to our website, drlracing.com, and put those orders in right away, and Rich will have all that happening for you, and we'll get those out to you right away. So Todd, white flags over the pace car. Lights are still on. Unfortunately, the race is going to end under yellow flag conditions, and I think it's safe to say, barring any review needed, the 196 of Stevie Minson, he's going to be your race winner tonight of the NRT 500.
Yeah, and you've seen Stevie Minson come from the back. He also dominated the race early, but you watch Stevie Minson drop to the back, and that's the veteran of Stevie Minson. Stevie Minson's been around the NR 2003 community for a very long time, and that's just the veteran part of him. He goes to the back, and then he came to the front, and he was saving fuel, and he did really well in that 196 machine tonight. Stevie Minson going to be your winner here, barring anything like you said. They're entering the back straightaway with Stevie Minson leading them, with Michael Berg second and Derek Justice third. Paul Wolf also had a good run in that 060 machine. He's seen a lot of time up front in that first position, but he's going to come home fourth tonight unofficially. Matt Watkins fifth. Matt Watkins had a good run there going, and it was interesting to see, like you said, but I think he's our biggest mover here this evening. He came from the 36th position, Matt Watkins did, to 5th. So 31 spots for Matt Watkins. Have to get a good shout-out to him.
Absolutely. We'll recap the field here. 6 through 10, Bedoya is going to finish in that 6th spot. Jason Justice will come home 7th. Andrew Fitzgerald, he's going to finish 8th. Jim Zompke will be 9th. And Clef Dowshit, he'll finish 10th in that 048. 11 through 15 unofficially. We'll find Nick Shabuti, David Lawson, Les Case, Rick Moon, the Nature Boy, Donnie Garrett. He's going to finish 15th here tonight. 16th through 20, we'll find Christopher Thompson, David Day, John Fergione's going to be scored 18th, Jeff Crivello 19th, and Jeff Zupgar, pole sitter, all the way back in 20th. That was the last car running. The rest of the cars 21st on back out of the event. 21st, Cosman. 22nd, Daniel Guzman. Carson Krentz. Tim Nofsker, last year's winner, Josh Metallic. He's going to finish 25th. 26th will be Kevin England. GT Irizarry will finish 27th. Gary Piccolo 28th, Chris Robbins 29th, and Wiley Allbritton, he'll be 30th. Checkered flag on the speedway. The official winner of this race will be Stevie Minson in that 196 car. We'll try to get, Rich will be down to victory lane with him. We'll recap the rest of the field here. Wiley Allbritton was 30th. 31st will be David Cannon. 32nd will be Phil Loideman. Steve Looney in that 121 comes home 33rd. Scott Schroyer 34th. Cy Jones comes in 35th. 36th. And final on the field tonight, Alan Myers. But Todd, we'll focus amongst our top 3. We'll try to get away with all of them. And of course, your race winner, Stevie Minson.
Yeah, watching all these guys, congratulate Stevie Minson on one of the biggest wins here in the NR 2003 community. Actually, this is the Super Bowl of the NR2K3 community. Stevie Minson picks up the NRT 500 here at the Talladega Super Speedway. Unofficially, Stevie Minson is your winner.
So we'll try to get a word with our top 3. So Stevie Minson, he's going to be unofficial race winner. Michael Berg is going to run 2nd, and Derek Justice in that 21 car will run 3rd. We'll let these guys get back to pit road, get out of the race cars. We'll see if we can't get a word with them right now. We'll see if we can't get a word with the 21 car of Derek Justice. He finished 3rd spot tonight. First of all, throw it to Rich. He's got a report from downstairs.
Yeah, guys, just want to give a heads up. I have heard from downstairs, the admins, the guys controlling the race. They do not currently see any reason why the standings would change. So we are looking at our 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place drivers for tonight, guys.
All right, well, we'll see if we can't get a word. 3rd place will be Derek Justice, that number 21 car. Derek Justice, Phil Lacassa on the booth. Do you have a copy?
I sure do.
Derek, congratulations, bringing that number 21 car home 3rd tonight. Tell us about your evening.
It was pretty adventurous at the beginning of the race. See what lines will go, but then middle of the race it kind of got single file there. Then at the end of that long green flag pit stop, we decided to try a 3rd groove there, and that 3rd groove worked pretty well actually, and that made it for some exciting racing. So. I don't know. It's just wasn't meant to be. I'll take a 3rd. So.
No, absolutely right. It was phenomenal racing out there. Sometimes 2 and 3 wide. It was a 3 wide stretch there for about 10 or 15 laps. It was absolutely exciting. You were able to work out there with Chris tonight. You guys, or Jason rather, Jason at 16. You two worked in lockstep all night long. Pretty much followed in each other's tire tracks. Was that the plan for you guys going in tonight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the plan. Me and my brother know each other very well on our driving styles and how much we can push each other and when to back off and stuff. But it's good to have a family relative to know exactly what you're doing, when to bump in, and we could pretty much make any line work. So it was pretty nice.
Well, Derek, congratulations on your third place run tonight. Real quick, anybody you'd like to say shout out to, say hi to, anything here? We'll be happy here in DRTV.
I want to say a shout out for the RTG crew for putting this race on, NRT, all these sponsors that support this event. Very well organized. And just want to say another shout out to a couple very special people right now. I want to shout out for Bart Furstenberger. He lost one of his good friends, actually twin sister, and I know Paul Wolf. That was driving the 60 car. He was trying to bring it home for the win. So that's a very shout out for Bart Furstenberger. And shout out for BP, bladesandpedals.com. It's a very good place to race. And all the other leagues involved this event. I mean, they did a phenomenal job racing tonight.
All right. Well, Derek Justice, congratulations. Tonight's third place finisher here in the NRT 500. I'm going to throw it over to Too Tall Todd Stanton, who's going to get a word with your second place finisher. That'd be Michael Berg in the 04, Todd. Todd, it's all yours.
Yeah, I'm down here with the driver out of California, the Michigan State-sponsored Chevrolet. The driver of the 04, that's Michael Berg. Michael Berg getting high fives from his crew and everybody else down here. Good run tonight, Michael. You came from the outside looking in last chance qualifier number 1. You won that. Then you come home second here in the NRT 500. Tell us about your adventures here this week.
It's been an ordeal, that's for sure. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little bit disappointed. Second place is always the first loser, but at the same time, it was a great run for the number 04 Michigan State Formula SAE Chevrolet. I'd like to thank all of my friends from the Blazing Pedals Online Racing League, Minson and Derek Justice, Jason Justice, Paul Wolf. We're all from the same league, and we tried to work together as best we could, but in the end, I personally came up a little bit short, but as a whole, I'm very happy with this result.
If that would have stayed green, Michael, would you have had something for Minson?
I would have won. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, I'd be lying to you if I said anything else. I'm simply too good to allow myself to, if I have a clear shot at the win, to at least give it a better shot than I did. I mean, I was 5th when the last yellow came out and almost got there, but I don't know. It's just, it got cut short. Some guys in the back wrecked, and that's part of racing. We don't have green-white checkers on this game, and sometimes people will wreck and they'll take away a good finish.
Yeah, it was an amazing finish. You guys were going 3 wide there for I don't know how many laps, and you guys had us reeling up in the announcer's booth, I tell you. That was some amazing racing. What was going on in your mind when you guys were going 3 wide out there?
Well, when I was on the outside of the 3 wide situation, Minson was actually pushing me for at least 20 or 30 laps, and we had a really good run on the outside. A couple times he was clear of both lanes. I was clear of both lanes most of the time. That's when I led all my laps. And we were just really cruising up there, and I would have liked to get a big line up there for the vast majority of the race, but everyone wanted to run the bottom, so pretty much said, okay. The 3 wide wasn't as hairy as I thought it would be. There were a couple drivers, a couple cars that I did not want to be 3 wide with at any moment, but still ended up 3 wide with them all the same. So that's the nature of the beast here, and I think we came out okay.
Well, I know there's some people out there you'd like to thank, Michael, for the second place finish here tonight, and the mic's all yours.
Well, I'd like to thank everyone at the Michigan State University Formula SAE team. It's a collegiate design competition where college students, college engineers build from the ground up their own formula-style race car. And I'm a proud member of that team. This is my freshman year at college, so I'm just starting out on that team, and I actually took some time off from building the race car to come here, so I got to thank them. That's why they're on the car. Then I have a couple shout-outs to people from my league who didn't make it as far as I did. You guys may have noticed Paul Wolf was running a special breast cancer awareness number 060 car. and that was for a friend of ours from the league, Bart Furstenberger. We're all thinking of you, Bart. We're all thinking of your family in this time, and we were all pulling for that car particularly, and for you as well. Then also Gary Piccolo. He got wrecked early in the race, but which was a shame. But he's been having some personal troubles as well, as you guys know from LCQ number 2, and he got some great news yesterday, and hopefully he was trying to get some more good news tonight, but we got it for him. So Gary and Bart, this one's for you.
Again, that's your second place finisher driver, the number 04. That's Michael Berg here in the NRT 500. I believe Rich has caught up with our winner of the NRT 500 here this evening.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it through this crowd. I'm down here in Victory Lane, and hold on. Excuse me. Stevie, hold on. Stevie, look over here, buddy. It's Rich. How's it going, buddy?
Hey, man, how you doing?
You freaking won this thing, man. How do you feel?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. You can't do it without good help, though. We had all those Blazing Puddle League guys up there all night. We're working together. You know, I came into this kind of just thinking about running my own race, but they were kind of trying to orchestrate, keep us all in line here and there, and it worked out. And we had about 4 or 5 of us up there at the end, and we were able to battle it out amongst us. I came out on top.
I tell you, man, the racing got so intense back there. We knew that you moved around the track. We were trying to keep up with everybody as things were going. Phil and Todd had their hands full up there. That caution came out, and it was like everything just went crazy. It was a race to the dash, to the line, and you know, nobody knew what was going to happen, but you won this thing, man. This is the Super Bowl in this community, the NR 2003 community, and you won it. What are you going to do next? I mean, what possibly could you try to accomplish next?
I don't know, man. There's not much left to accomplish on NASCAR 03. I mean, this seems to be the event of the year. I mean, nothing else is getting the numbers this gets. So when you can win this one, you know, you can hang your hat on it for a year. It's nice to get it for sure.
At 10-4, they had 170 people registered for this. There's only 36 spots in the main event. It wasn't easy getting here, as you can tell. Only 36 drivers of 170 made it in here, and you won this thing, man. Congratulations. Hats off to you and your crew and everybody you run with. Anybody out there you need to give a shout-out to, buddy, the floor is all yours.
Yeah, like I said, I wanted to thank, you know, everybody out there. Everybody all night for Racing Clean. You know, I saw a lot of respectful racing out there, a lot of give and take, and especially those Blazing Puddle guys sticking together. And on my race car tonight, it had the Maxxis Mid-Atlantic Dirt Series. That's a go-kart racing series over here on the East Coast that I announced, and I'd like to thank Mackie Flood for coming on board with that, the promoter of the Maxxis series, and also Gold Speed USA on the car tonight. Thanks to y'all for putting on a great broadcast tonight. Thanks to RTG, thanks to MSR, and everybody that put on this great show.
All right, buddy. Well, there you have it. Steve Minson, the winner, champion of the NRT Annual 500 at Talladega. I'm going to hang out down here with Stevie Minson and do some little partying. We're going to send it back up to Phil and Todd up in the booth to close this thing out. Thanks for watching, everybody. Phil, Todd, the show's all yours, buddy. I'm going to stay down here with Stevie.
Now the NRT 500 here this evening, we had 6 cautions for 23 laps, 40 lead changes among 14 drivers. Our top 5 finishers were Stevie Minson, your winner. Michael Berg finished second. Derek Justice was third. Fourth was the number 060 of Paul Wolf. Matt Watkins rounded out your top 5, and Matt Watkins indeed did make the most hay. 37 starting position, and he finished 5th. So Matt Watkins, congratulations on that feat. I'm going to throw it up to Phil. Phil, what do you think of this event overall? I mean, it was exciting there at the end, and it was a long race, but we got through it, and I'm proud to be a part of it.
No, absolutely, I am too. I'm honored. I've been asked to come aboard for this DRTV project, and to be here tonight for the NRT 500. It's an absolute honor. One of the crown jewel. I mean, the crown jewel of our community, and one of probably the coolest things I've been a part of. So I want to thank everybody here, Rich and you, Todd, for being a part of this team, and it's been great to be here tonight. And I mean, what more can you say? It's the NRT 500. I mean, I know you and I could dream about being called the NRT 500 champion. Congratulations to Stevie Minson. A wonderful, wonderful race here tonight. A big win for him, and I don't know if it gets any bigger than that. So I don't know, Todd. It's onward from here. So coming up here on DRTV, we got a lot coming up in the next couple of weeks. We'll be back here next Saturday night, live broadcast of TDR Modified Series. We'll be here with them, the finale, the last two races on that series. We'll be here live on DRTV the next 2 weeks. And also, Sunday night, February 15th, we got the Blazing Pedals 500 from Bermuda. We'll be live on DRTV Sunday night, February 15th. And also rounding out the month of February so far, the big DRTV 300 from a Daytona International Speedway. That'll be for TDR's DRTV Premier Cup Series. Go to our website, DRL Racing, for all big things going on. And Todd, we'll be busy the rest of the month, and I can't wait to get more going. I'm going to throw it to you to close out the evening.
Yeah, if you don't forget to stop by our store, pick up some DVDs. Again, Last Chance Qualifier number 1 and Last Chance Qualifier number 2 and the NRT 500 package deal, $25 instead of $30. You're saving $5 for them 3 DVDs. On behalf of myself, Phil Lucas, and Rich Patton, I'm Todd Stanton, signing off. We'll see you here Saturday night for the TDR Whelen Modified Series live here on DRTV.